Yeah, the hope remains. Guiding, lighting our way. No time for us. There's a lost and found and faith everywhere. Hearts and in the dark, you will not stray. Hold your head till the end we pray. Rises on a land reborn from the ashes. Neath the heavens, sunset, blood-red sky, tranquil after the storm. Pleasant shadow, turning, winding, always like Father's Day. The sun will shine again. Walk on, never look back. Do you win? There's a lost and found and faith everywhere. Hearts and in the dark, you will not stray. Hold your head till the end we pray.
Oh, finally. I don't know what it was. Is it Mickey Mouse? Is it normal? Did something else wrong? Just like, Jesus Christ. That took forever to get that working. I don't know why my mind... Normal. Thank God, dude. I finally just had to go disable it and re-enable it in my sound settings after unplugging, replugging, and moving audio sources around. Jesus. Sorry about that. A few minutes late. I was not silent that long on purpose. I've been trying to talk for 7 minutes now. Hello. Good morning. What is this? No. Okay. All right. I'm here. Hi. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. All right. We're good.
Chaos,
we're good.
chaos, chaos.
We've already got chaos.
Chaos.
My favorite.
Venixie gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
I hecking love chaos. Yeah, but except that I had to turn it on and off in like 3 different places to get it to work. It was the 3rd one that worked, which I've never had to do. I was like, all right, let's just try a different spot. What else is there to do at this point? And sure enough, that was the thing that did it. Turn into phone guy over here. Hello? Hello, hello? Good morning, Crimson. All right. Today is a work day. You don't want the guide, so I gotta finish it up. I gotta get as much of it done as possible today. Alright, where is my VOD that I can just play while I'm going? There it is. Hello, Sabretooth. I'm doing better now that my microphone is working. That was a royal pain. And now I gotta get back. I don't think we changed anything for our chaotic strats last night, other than people memeing a little bit more. This mount is from Chaotic. I got my PvP tile mount. There it is. I love my PvP tile mount. Alright, everyone wants me to finish the guide, so today is a work day. Let's see. Ghastly Gloom. I'm gonna run it tonight probably. Let me see, what does the schedule say? I know we have a bunch of people want to run it tomorrow.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Yeah, it looks like 5 p.m.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Pacific. Zando, thank
gifted
you.
3 subscriptions to the community.
All right. Does Call of Darkness actually have a cast bar during this? No, she does not. Yeah, there's no lockouts at all on Chaotic. I've beaten Chaotic, what, 14 times now, I think?
Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial, and includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the first 2 expansions Heaven's Ward and Stormblood up to level 70 with no restrictions on play time? Sign up, and enjoy Erzia today.
Thank you. Thank you for the bits. I didn't know that. Thank you. Coffee doesn't taste great today. It's fine. Oh, hold on. I got a hair in here. There we go. Yeah, it's not great coffee today. That's fine. It's a little over roasted. Any other players nearby are behind them. Hearing things fine. Thank God. Things were not working fine 10 minutes ago. Oh. No. You've got those reversed, Saber. Close, but reverse them. Good morning, Sky. Welcome to a work day. Alright, I know there's this. In the same boat. No! That's not what we want. Where was the next Atomos respawn? Only 3 Atomos here? Yeah, because that's Atomos number 2. Yeah, it is. Okay. What is she casting here? Active Pivot Particle Beam is what it's called. I've never actually looked at what her rotation attack is called. Active Pivot Particle Beam. No, I'm not making it anything.
Kittens Eat Lunches just subscribed.
Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the 3 months. Just so you know, 3 months does not count as 3 subs for the mount. So if you were wanting to do that, that doesn't work. It only counts as 1. It would count as 1 of the 3. It just doesn't count as 3. But if you just wanted to do a 3-month sub, then thanks, because those are discounted extra right now. Hello, King. How's my prog? Prog, I beat it. The day it came out, I've beaten it over a dozen times at this point. No, Dura. No. No. Tonight will be the night, Serenado. Hydrate. Ah, I got my bean water. Is it called particle beam? Or lateral phaser?
Forflay 247 just subscribed for 7 months. Happy 7 months, happy.
And lateral core. Thank you for Flay for the 7 months. Welcome back. Thank you. Core, lateral, and lateral core. It's only like a few percent harder than it's only because of the PvP tiles themselves. Not for the PvP tiles.
Chaos.
It would be pretty.
Chaos.
It would be barely even extreme difficulty.
Forflay 247 gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Chaos.
Thank you for Flay. Enjoy the mount, and you gave me
Chaos.
the bonus subs
Chaos.
for Valorant.
Chaos.
Valorant gifted
Thanks,
2
kittens.
subscriptions to the community.
Chaos.
Well, I know Lumen Chaos. Don't worry about that one. Lady, thanks for the 3 subs.
Chaos.
And lateral core.
Chaos.
Lady Musalis gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you for the gifties.
Chaos.
Thank you, Neville. Thank you, Anonymous.
Chaos.
Thank you, Neville. I'm working on the chaotic guide today. I'm trying to finish it. I need to finish the text. I'll see if I can finish the whole thing. And Anonymous with another. Thank you.
Chaos.
Yeah, the knockback community on the second end spell, or on the end arrow or end death, is definitely like. I mean, I put that in my guide because that I believe should be standard. Ivy, you have so much energy. No, thank you for them. Thank you for the subs for the mount. At the moment, it has a minimum estimated 1.15 million Boki, yes. Hello, Aluka. Honestly, don't expect strats to change that much. It's really down to execution. There's almost no reason to... I mean, the fight really only has one way to do it. It's just about where you actually put the party members. The only thing that you could realistically do differently is, oh, hi, Ivy. Is the 4-4-4-4-4-4 split, which I think is a waste of time. It doesn't actually change anything about the fight, but, like, that's the only thing you can realistically do different. Let's see. Yeah, that's what we've been doing, Oira. I'm pretty sure Codcar has just been adapting what we've been doing. Because I went in there and I was giving them what we were doing, and I think they adapted a lot of that stuff. Like, when I get to go Fizz range, it's literally the easiest job in the world. Because the Fizz range never have to do the inside panels.
Elsie Hard gifted 5
As long as you have
subscriptions
6
to the
range.
community.
As long as you don't have a fake melee.
Chaos.
Thank you for the gifted subs, Isol.
Chaos. Chaos.
I mean, general ranged is easy because as long as you have 6, range total, all of them basically never have to do anything, which is nice. Although the melee on the outside don't exactly have it very hard either. I've done every role. I've done inside first, outside second, double outside. I've done double inside. I've done every combination of them at this point.
Kuroshi Don just subscribed.
Kuroshi, thanks for the tier 1. Thank you for the 3 months. Mind you that 3 months does not count as 3 subs, so if you were hoping to get the mount off that, that's 1 out of 3, not 3. Okay, thank you. I just like to make sure because a lot of people have made that mistake, and I, you know. Just trying to make sure. Sugar, thanks for converting to the tier 1. Hope you had a good Christmas, Kuro.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Anonymous, thanks for the gifted subs.
Chaos.
An anonymous user gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Oira, it's entirely baited. So yeah. The way that it works is the three players farthest on the outside will be swapped with 3 players that are farthest from them on the inside. So let's say you have 3 players on the outside that are more southwest. They'll always be swapped with players on the inside to the northeast. If they were northwest, they would get swapped with the southeast inside players. And then the 3 players who are closest on the outside will just get swapped with each other. So like for ours, we have 3 fizz range on each side, and they literally just go to the other side. And then on the inside, the 6 players who don't get swapped to go outside will just swap with each other inside. So like northwest can get swapped to, well, I mean, it's whoever doesn't get swapped outside. Like I've swapped northwest to northeast because positioning was off. So like, actually no, that's what should happen. Our strat makes it so that northwest and northeast should be swapped. Our specific strat tries to put all of the Alliance A players going inside on the south side of the arena. That's what we did. That way it's not A northwest and A southeast and they're opposite of each other. We want them all south. So that way there's the healer here on the inside and they can hit the A players here, and then there's A players here that can hit the players here. It doesn't really matter that much, but it puts all of A next to each other so they can heal each other. It's really easy to just do northwest, northeast for the outside players and then have them all end up southwest, southeast. Yeah, in polls where we have mess ups, I genuinely just have to single target heal whoever's in range. I just make it work. I just start clicking on people if their health is low, and if they're in range of me, I'll just single target them. Like if anything goes wrong and I have to do it, that's my only solution. I just start spot healing. If I'm not in range of them, then they suddenly don't become my problem. All the remaining players are swapped with other players doing the same.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos. Chaos.
Yeah, there was a 12-hour bonus window. There were 2 12-hour bonus windows yesterday, but they were at the worst times imaginable. The absolute worst imaginable time. Shugen, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Ether hasn't had one, no. It's not on servers, mind you. It's on data centers. Yeah, because the party like the raid finder isn't per day, isn't per server. So how could, you know, one server have the bonus? You know? And it lasts 12 hours, the bonus. Outside and inside, respectively. I think... Yeah, Curse of Darkness is already out at this point, isn't it? It doubles the demi-material ones. So you get 4 instead of 2. Yeah, no, the curse shooting is definitely one of the little creepy things that gets people. It creeps up on people, and there's like... Oops. I need to remember when the Atamos respawns are in this phase also. The first Atamos... Okay, the first Atamos is... Well, the actual respawn after the swap, I should say, is right after Third Art of Darkness. Okay. The inside has the chasers here, don't they? Yeah. I think what's going to become standard for Third Art of Darkness is probably going to be a tank soloing one of them with cooldowns. I have a feeling that's going to become a pretty standard thing. That way there's only 2 potential ones that can go rogue. That's what we started doing. We just started having our tank step all the way in during Third Art of Darkness, pop like their 40% and just eat it alone. Worked pretty well. I mean, PF doesn't even need to coordinate. They need to coordinate doing it normally. I'm trying to remove them having to coordinate it. What did I say during the Third Art of Darkness section at the start of my guide? Yeah, I just tell them to do what's in the diagram. Okay. Yeah, that's what we've been doing as well. Just tank out. You have to make sure the tanks using it are close to the middle of the room, though. It has to be the tanks on the inside or they don't hit everyone. And even then, you might still miss a person or two. Because the arena is 80 yalms and tank LB3 is 50 yalms. So it's not too surprising if like an Alliance A member, or actually I'm sorry, an Alliance B or C member misses it. Yeah, it's not hard to figure out, but it's just a matter of like whether or not people will be in range. It's gonna be a long guide, man. Ivy, you zooming?
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Thank you, Green.
Chaos.
Thank you for the gifted subs, and thank you for doing 5, so it triggers the Valorant bonus.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Faint part.
Chaos.
Green Chinkin gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Codcar is our strat. Like, so the day of it coming out, I went into Radar's Discord and started teaching one of their groups these strats, and I'm pretty sure that this just basically been adopted. Oh, thanks, Green. I don't think they'll call it Hap strat. Yo, so random segue, unrelated to anything. So yesterday I was at the grocery store buying a bottle of Bourbon for my birthday tomorrow. And I still need to go buy cake. I forgot to buy cake while I was there. And they had, like, you know those, like, big things of Tic Tacs like this at the checkout. So I bought it because when I was younger, one of my, you know how people have, like, fidget spinners and stuff? You know what I used to do? I used to really enjoy popping open the tops of Tic Tacs. That was my, like, equivalent to, like, a fidget spinner. And so I was like, you know what? I unlocked a core memory. The little Tic Tac ones too, but the big ones work fine. And that's what I used to do. I just used to do this. Just over and over. That was my, like, oh, I just have that at my desk and I just do that randomly kind of thing. So I was like, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna buy this and then eat the Tic Tacs, but just on the virtue of, like, popping the top repeatedly. Hi, Ivy. Pen. See, I was never good at twirling pens, so I had to find something different. Yeah, just gotta pop the top. Exactly. See, 7 gets it. And both the 7s get it. Alright, it's a little bit of Ivy time right now. The game hasn't even begun, deal. PoE 2 doesn't begin until you're all the way past Cruel. That's like the early game. She loves getting attention. She loves it. Clicking pens, yeah, I definitely am a pen clicker. The lighters as well, I would do. I don't ever have a lighter on me. I don't smoke and I don't buy lighters just to have them. Alright, let's see. Atomos will then respawn and a Curse of Darkness will expire, so check those timers. And there's me getting blasted. Well, they did look outside. I can't entirely fault them for that. You know, I actually kind of wish Curse of Darkness did the same thing the hands do. Not the marker over the head, but the heartbeat sound. The heartbeat sound is the more important thing when it comes to the hands for me. I like that. I like that. It also kind of, the screen also kind of, you know, glows a little bit purple. It makes more sense for the hand though. The Curse of Darkness is like not the same kind of thing. Oh, I forgot to mention the first silence. Each stitching needs to be interrupted. Flood of Darkness. Achoo! Thank you.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Thank you, Rory,
Chaos,
for the gifted subs.
Rory
Enjoy your mount,
Rory
and thank you for
gifted
doing 5 so I get the bonus
subscriptions to the
sub.
community.
chaos, 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 chaos.
20 material off the cloud.
Chaos,
So many runs. To be fair, I've only been doing runs, I guess, for a total of about 7 hours of clear runs total across the last 2 days.
An anonymous user gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Anonymous does count, yeah. And thank you for the anonymous gifted subs. Happy holidays. Yeah, I can tell how many hours a day you spent doing it. It's a lot more than me. Apparently it did count, Sky. I had people telling me that anonymous subs counted when they did the path. It wasn't supposed to, but it did apparently. Oh my god, this guy, this 8. Oh, I almost forgot to add the first Flood of Darkness. The Flood of Darkness is during Thorny Vines. Alright. Particle Concentration, Ghastly Gloom, Evil Seed. Here it is. Yeah, that's why the tank just does that one. Yeah, I silence it as I'm running out too, but the tank doesn't have anything to do there, so they should, you know, be ready to do it. The Stygian will also begin casting Flood of Darkness. Casting an interruptible Flood of Darkness. Just does massive damage and inflicts a Alright, I think that's everything. That's just the fight. Now I have to talk about the loot at the end also. Oh, wait, yeah. These items are also only between the 8 players in your party, not all 24, and in a single run. Yeah, the Atomos before Looming Chaos is really important. I actually made a special note about those ones to ensure they are dead and not to forget about them. The Stygian. Bro, I misspelled Stygian so many times in this, like, just as I was speed typing it. I've got, like, Stygian, Wyan, Stain. I think that was the autocorrect. That one. I've got, like, a billion different, like, misspellings of Stygian. Let's see. Where was that particular note? Looming Chaos. Looming Chaos. Oh, hey, I love this theme. This is Octopath Travelers Champions of the Continent's final boss for the Bestower of All storyline. Oh, the previous one? What was the previous one? Oh, that's Sea of Stars. That's a Sea of Stars, I think, one of the final boss themes. Yes. All right, now for the rest of the loot. Two Cloud Dark Demi Material 1. I hate that you get 2 of Demi Material 1 and 1 of Demi Material 2 just because I have to say it like that every time. Bards can indeed cleanse the doom. Wanderer's Pain has seen a great amount of use in this fight. Whether listen, try not to use it to save yourself, but you know, it's always there. I use it on death and I use it on hands, whichever one happens first, whichever one gets people hurt first. High-end duty finder. With 2 bonus demi 2s per person. Let's see. Do you know if Discord established comms and leave? Radar is one that people are using right now for Discords. They've been running like all day, every day. Not every group is successful, but they've been running non-stop. I have 40 recruitment posts that I've been tagged in since last night as it is. And I see 1-2 groups running right now. That's the really actually difficult alliance raid Discord. I love the really actually difficult alliance raid Discord because every time I talk about it, I get to say really actually difficult alliance raid Discord. Alright, I think the script is done. One thing I want to quickly look at.
Cash Howard just
Is
subscribed.
right
I
here.
am here so happy can sing me happy birthday and give me cake.
No. Thank you for the 16 months. It's my birthday. Tomorrow. Thank you for the 16 months. But happy birthday. I'm trying to remember if we had all of our tanks voking middle, just in case. I think we were, yeah. Yeah, we had every single one of our tanks vote middle. Yeah. No. Yeah, middle boss is 4 autos, but I think what we were having is if one of the tanks on the inside died, the auto attack was going wild. So we had all 6 tanks do it. So if one of the tanks on the inside died, then a tank on the outside got double autos. It was basic, yeah, that's basically what we were trying to prevent, was the auto attacks in middle going wild. Because the tanks on the outside immediately lose aggro anyway. Because the tanks on the inside are actually hitting the boss. So they maybe take one double auto, but after that, it's pretty much over. Yeah, we committed to doing it that I forgot the reason why we were doing it, but that's the reason. Let's see. Yeah, that's what we did. We literally hit a macro that said all tanks provoke mid. Probably. I'm on Golem most nights. Since all of my PFs end up doing things on Discord. On Dynamis. Let me make mention. Let's see, and where's my first mention of this? Alright. I made sure to clarify why we were doing that. Magical energies. Oh, you know what? Let me make mention of that final curse timer, because that final curse timer really also creeps up on you. Deducted. All right. Oh god, it's so long. It's so many pages. So many pages. It's gonna be a long day, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a long day. All right, I have to get to recording this soon. Oh. Good morning, Avelia. I want to enjoy a little bit more coffee first. This is going to be a long guide. I'll have to do like each mechanic in the index. It's gonna be like this mechanic outside, this mechanic inside. I have to like designate what's happening during each one. Really, actually difficult alliance raid Discord. God, I love this. I'm so glad I got my PvP tile. I was worried about how long it was going to take me to get the PvP tile. And then we found out we got 49 from the first clear, and it was all gravy from there. Now I just need the shroud. Yeah, the first clear was 24 new players, so it's 49 tokens, 49 Demi 2s. Only because it was 24 first timers though. That's how people were selling the hairstyle so quickly. People cleared, instantly bought the hair, instantly sold it for 100 million gil. That first time bonus is real. No, it's not 49 always. It's because that was the first time bonus. Others shall not be so fortunate. Hello, Starlight. You're here just in time. I get to start recording the guide soon. Listen, if people want the guide to come out faster, it has to happen on stream. It's either that or I don't stream. Honestly, phases 1 and 3 are even easier than an extreme trial, and then phase 2 is like an entry-level savage. So it evens out to be just kind of between extreme and savage. Phase 1 and 3 is literally just, can you read boss cast bars and can you remember what your debuff does? To entry-level savage with frontlines PvP. It'll probably be pushed to Discords. Almost everything large scale. Almost everything everywhere in NA is pushed to Discords. Even when it doesn't involve 24 people. Stream was a good extreme. I enjoyed Sphene Extreme. That one got a thumbs up from me. Listen, Dawn Trail might have a really easy ultimate and a DPS check at the end of M4S that is not that tough, but by God, do they know how to make fights.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
You are. Thanks for the 3 subs.
Warrior_17 gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Yeah. Dawn Trail has been tour de force on fun but not overbearing. Now, if only the old Criterions, they could just, you know, bump the rewards on the old Criterions, so people could have experienced that last expansion. I got you, Hammer. I think I have to remod you after that, though. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Criterion fights were so good. I want people to know the joy that I knew. Oh no, not even the pads. I don't give a fuck about the pads. The pads got boring real quick. No, I want the actual Criterion bosses. Were very good. I love when Sonic Adventure 2 music pops up. Bound it now. I'm sure I could find a link to really actually difficult Alliance Raid Discord. They probably have it. Link for it. Oh, where is it? I mean, they probably just allow you to make invites, don't they? They sure do. Oh my fucking god, dude. Hidden, use copy button. I use the you know what's funny? It says hidden, use copy button. I click copy, and you know what it copies? Hidden, use copy button. Yeah, that's not the fucking thing I needed it to say. Probably because I have, it's probably because I'm in streamer mode. So it's like being an asshole about it. Oh, there you go. Kyoshin basically shared it. You could have just, well, I mean, you're a sub, so you could have just posted it without the fancy bits at the end, but yeah, that works. Yeah, subs can post it with the fancy bits. That's exactly what I meant. Yeah, but I didn't think that it wouldn't allow me to copy the invite link. To be fair, I almost never actually try to copy invite links. I think it would be a butt. Yeah, they posted the recruitment section there pretty much all day. Alright, yeah, I finished. Oh, God, it's gotta be. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Yeah, but it's an actual mode, streamer mode, on Discord. Don't look at me like that, Ivy. Ugh. Why are you looking at me like that? I saw a guide in JP, a written guide. Oh, I didn't see a macro. I specifically saw like a written guide in JP on, God, what's the name of it? I always forget what it's called. Live blog, I think it was. Hey, Mystic. I knew Ivy was going to come over. No, I haven't had any time for versus stuff. It's cat time. It's cat time before record time. Ow. Why would he be immortal? People say the same shit about Miz. We had Hector on State of the Realm. Hey, Ivy, I have you trapped, so you know what time it is? Mouthwash time. Yeah, I did custom deliveries yesterday. Hey. Hey. It's cat time. Before record time, it's cat time. Because if I don't give her cat time now, she'll try to get it while I'm recording. And I don't want that. Hey. You're so close to digging into my nipple, Ivy. I need you to stop. She just needs a little reminder that she is loved. Just a quick little reminder. Oh, now your breath smells so good. Oh. I can smell your breath. Yeah? She's so good. Oh.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
You know, I don't think I've ever had a bottle of Oban before. This is what I got for my birthday. It was just one of the more expensive ones. I was like, I haven't had Oban, I don't think. And it was like, it was just a more expensive bottle than a lot of the other things that they had. It's not as expensive as like a Johnny Walker Blue. It's like, it's about the same price as a Johnny Walker Black. So I was curious, because I've had Johnny Walker Black, so I didn't want to get that again. And Johnny Walker Blue. Ivy. Stop. Thank you, Nitwit. Thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, man, recording. Recording at 8:30 in the morning is going to be fun. Yeah, I'm going to start my recording in like 8 minutes. I just need to relax a little bit. The entirety of this month between Fru and 14 Mobile and this, I've actually had like a very full month schedule. Extra streams, extra everything. hath been a good time. It's a good way to end out the year and ring in a new one. Oh, I didn't even look at what the yearly are. Oh yeah, that's right. Heavenstern starts it. Yeah, I didn't even look. I don't know what they are. It's whatever. Usually it's like an animal headpiece and like something else. Type of soup. Give me a broccoli and cheese soup. A minion and 2 housing items. Well, as long as everyone else likes that. You know me, I'm never wild for that stuff. It's alright, we'll have a house in mobile. It's alright, just re-earn it next year in the mobile one. And for your mobile house. We'll be alright. Stuffed broccoli and cheese chicken breast. I never really liked stuffing my meats. Unless it's me stuffing them in my mouth. Yeah. But literally, the day they announced mobile, the website mentions everyone getting their own house. Now, whether or not it's for free or you have to pay for it is a fair question. That we don't know. Because it's not in the beta. Well, I mean, technically 14 mobile has... I mean, it's the beta's already playable in China, so... No, it's not going to detract from retail. Most people aren't going to want anything to do with that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, mobile... Final Fantasy 14 mobile's already been played. It's just it's that it's only in beta. It's not in... It's not actually released, so don't be too surprised if it does come out before Missing Link. It's called Missing Link because the whole game is missing. I mean, we don't know what the cost of the housing is. What is this song? This is Equilibrium, but it's the Sanctuary's Heart remix. Anything neat for Christmas? I don't get things for Christmas. My family doesn't do any gift exchanges. Not anymore.
Chaos.
Louise, thanks for the gifted subs. Enjoy them out.
Chaos.
Louise,
My family just gets together and
gifted 3
has a drink or two, and
subscriptions to the
that's
community.
And obviously, I'm 3,000 miles away, so I don't get a drinky. You're not a... Well, I mean, I won't say you're a fool. But you made a decision. This will be my drinky. This will be my drinky. Yeah, it's certainly a decision. That's what you get. Just like my decision to make this hella long guide. Zodiac, thanks for the tier 1.
Zodi AC775 just subscribed.
Yeah, people want me to do my another Final Fantasy XI Let's Play next year. So maybe that's a thing too. Just because they don't want to play it. I can't blame them. Can't blame them at all. Oh yeah, Jim Beam's not great. Not the most pleasant of experiences. Alright. Gonna turn these down so I don't hear them, and let me get my recording software out. Oh. Gotta record, I gotta edit. I don't get this done now, who knows when it'll get done. I have not looked at the raid plan docs in the slightest. In all honesty. And I already know what music to use for this too. Wow. Alright. Should be a decent, so yeah, I mean, there's stuff out there. I just haven't looked at it much because we've just been doing our thing. Alright. Time to suffer and time for YouTube haps. YouTube, so there's 3 different haps. There's Twitch haps, there's YouTube haps, and then there's recording YouTube haps. It's pretty close to YouTube haps, except not exactly the same. Past haps can fall into any of those categories, and we hate all of them. You can have past Twitch haps and past YouTube haps. You can hate all of them. That's just whichever activity I was doing, but before. Gotta hit on nodding. Show nodding. Alright. Hey everyone, Mr. Happy here, and welcome to my guide to Cloud of Darkness on the Chaotic difficulty. This is effectively an Extreme/Savage level 24 player boss using good old World of Darkness's final boss. This encounter has its own set of loot, including item level 730 armor, mounts, a minion, and a hairstyle. We'll talk more about the loot in the end of the video. This fight is broken up into several phases and several responsibilities depending on your position within those phases. Please use the timestamps in the description to find what you need. At the start of the fight, there are a ton of positions to assign. For Phase 1, you'll just need Alliance A to go west, B to stay middle, and C to go east, then split into light parties. These assignments should be enough for newer groups. For Phase 2, we'll talk about it when we get there. At the start of the fight, make sure at least one tank in each alliance has aggro. The boss will do Blade of Darkness pretty much right away. This attack does one of 3 things. If she holds both of her arms in front of her, it does a large point-blank AoE. If she raises one of her arms, then the opposite arm will have a safe donut right next to it. Basically, get to the arm that's closer to the ground. Once she does 2 Blades of Darkness, she will cast Flood of Darkness, doing a raid-wide plus bleed on every player, while also changing the arena and starting her first phase. Make sure to have percentage mid on this to reduce the bleed. After the phase begins, Cloud of Darkness will begin firing 11 attacks at the top aggro in each alliance, inflicting them with lightning resistance down. Every few autos, the tanks in each alliance should swap to ensure that tanks aren't overwhelmed by the damage, though you could also try to go for a new record. After a few autos, she will cast Grim Embrace twice back to back. Each time she casts it, she will tether 12 players and give them a Deadly Embrace debuff. When this debuff expires, a hand will pop out of the player and attempt to give them the deadliest high five of their life. giving a player a stack of damage down and a 5-second doom that, if not cleansed, will end you. Now the hand will either lunge out in the direction the player is facing or behind the player. This is determined by Cloud of Darkness's animation during Grim Embrace, which either has her right hand gripping under the crystal she is casting, or... I'll do that one over. And no, the music isn't recording. I'm leaving the music on for you guys. Otherwise, it would be dead silent. After a few autos... No, I did all that already. Lost track of where I was. The hand will either lunge out in the direction the player is facing, or behind the player. This is determined by Cloud of Darkness's animation during Grim Embrace, which either has her right hand gripping under the crystal she is casting from, or her left hand pushing into the crystal. You'll either need to backstep out of the AoE as it appears in front of you, or run forward to get out of the AoE as it appears behind you. There are lots of ways to remember this. Her using her right hand always means back up. Her left hand always go forward. Her gripping behind the crystal means back up. Her pushing into the crystal means move forward. We even had an Alliance chat macro that said things like 1B 2F or 1F 2B. What's important is that you do remember which of the two grips you're affected by. Use echo macros or mental reminders or whatever works for you. When your debuff is about to wear off, try to aim the hand outside of the arena as best as possible, or at least as far away from the rest of the group as possible. Then simply take a small step back or a small step forward when the debuff hits 0, and you'll be good. Legacy players might have tighter timing for this if they need to back up, though they do have plenty of options like locking on to help assist. If you're uncomfortable, you can also go to the very back of the room and gap close as soon as the debuff disappears, and you should dodge it regardless of which hand it is. That is assuming your teammates didn't also drop one directly in front of you. While your debuffs are resolving, Cloud of Darkness will do one of two mechanic patterns relative to what timers she assigned on everyone with Grim Embrace. First up, she will summon several cloudlets along the back edges of the room. They will do 4 sets of line AoEs, all of which you just need to dodge. Just look at the back of the room, align yourself to be just outside the first 2 line AoEs, and then step into them as they appear. After the second movement, you'll be safe until all 4 of the lines are done. However, during the Cloudlet AoEs, Cloud of Darkness will also begin casting one of 3 spells: Death, Arrow, or Flare. Death will pull players towards the center of the platform before an AoE goes off and inflicts doom on any hit. Right after the center AoE goes off, it becomes a donut, so players should step in right after that initial AoE goes off. Arrow hits the center of the platform with a powerful AoE, likely killing anyone hit. This also knocks players back, so they should line up with the same spots you used for Death, those 3 far corners, and get knocked back into them. Knockback resist does work on both Arrow and Death, but I would not recommend using it on this first set here. Save it for later. The final option is Flare, which gives one player from each alliance a Flare marker. These hit incredibly hard, so you may think they're a joke like other fights. They aren't. Ensure you have a lot of MIT and that those 3 players are very far away from the party and each other. Alliance A is... Hold on. I lost track of where I was. Here we go. Alliance A's flare should head to the left side of the platform, B towards the back, and C towards the right. After the flare goes off, each alliance will get 2 light party stack markers, so split into light parties like we assigned earlier. Alliance A's light parties lean left, B back or middle, and C's to the right. Right after the flare will be a Blade of Darkness, so respond accordingly. Grim Embrace debuffs will begin resolving after this, so it's up to every individual player to remember theirs and do it correctly. If you're someone with an Asuna, be ready, just in case. Cloud of Darkness will also cast either End Death or End Arrow. This makes it so the next time that she does Blade of Darkness, she will also perform Death or Arrow immediately after. A member of the Alliance posting a macro for this for everyone to remember helps plenty, but she does leave a text box in your chat that will tell you which one she's doing. Either wind abide in my breast or death abide in my breast. So you can use those as reminders as well. At this point, if you're getting tons of back-to-back debuff timers expiring, after 3 sets, she will cast Break. This summons 2 eyes along the outer edges and petrifies any player looking at Cloud of Darkness or the eyes when the cast bar finishes. Just look away from all of them any way possible and you're good. If just one debuff set goes off, then Cloud of Darkness will use Rapid Sequence Particle Beam. This targets each alliance with an 8-player split damage line AoE that hits 4 times back to back. It's also what we like to call a wild charge, dealing significantly more damage to the first 2 players it hits in each alliance. So Alliance A to the left, B middle, C right, and make sure that the tanks stand in front of the rest of the alliance. Also, ensure there's decent mid here. Regardless of which pattern you get, the rest of the phase plays out similarly, just with slightly different timings. The Break pattern has Blade of Darkness right after Break, which then sets off the End Arrow or End Death. The Rapid Sequence pattern summons a second set of Cloudlets and then begins casting Blade of Darkness while they're still going off, which then sets off End Arrow or End Death. This timing is usually harder, so I highly recommend using your knockback resist for the end spell execution. Just ensure that if it's death, you know to still step into the donut after the middle explodes. And if it's arrow, do not run to the center of the room and get killed by the initial hit. As the final debuffs and cloudlets are resolving, there will be one more arrow, death, or flare. Arrow and death are the same here, but flare is just going to be the 3 flare markers, none of that light party stuff from earlier. Finish handling your hand debuffs and you are all set. You'll be hit by Flood of Darkness for raid-wide damage and the phase will end. Keep in mind that this phase actually repeats at the end of the fight, doing whichever pattern you didn't experience here. So by learning this first phase, you've really learned over half the fight already. After Flood of Darkness, Cloud of Darkness immediately begins casting Deluge of Darkness to change the arena shape again. This attack also inflicts a bleed, so ensure there's a decent amount of percentage mid on it. Once this... Screw that one up. Hold on. Oh, now the part I'm dreading. This is the part of the guide I'm dreading. The first part's whatever, it's just do your shit, right? Now the guide begins. Ugh. After Flood of Darkness, Cloud of Darkness immediately begins casting Deluge of Darkness to change the arena shape again. This attack also inflicts a bleed, so ensure that there's a good amount of percentage mid on it. Once in this phase, every tank should try to have aggro on Cloud of Darkness. Just toss a provoke her way at some point. While Cloud of Darkness will auto-attack the 4 tanks in the middle platforms, if any of them dies, then the outside tanks taking double autos is better than one of the DPS or healers randomly getting attacked. As for position assignments, this is where most of the fight's difficulty comes. Given this is still an early guide, I don't think anyone completely agrees, but I'll do my best to explain the logic behind everything and of course provide you with diagrams. So this image accurately assigns every player from every alliance a position. It ensures there's healers in range of everyone in their own alliances across the entirety of the phase, so long as everyone stays alive, and allows for easy assignments and movement across both the outside platforms and PvP tiles in the middle. I'd like to take special note of the 6 players on the outer platforms that are closer to the middle of the room. Later on, positions are going to get swapped between a lot of players, but these 6 players ideally never have to do PvP tiles. This is because of how the Looming Chaos swaps work, only swapping 6 players on the inside with the 6 furthest from them and 3 on each outer platform. If you have a player who is struggling with PvP tiles or you're carrying a first timer for bonus, considering adjusting positions to give them one of these 6 spots, as it means they'll only ever have to do the outside platforms. As for the players on those outer platforms, we had this image to showcase their relative positions for all of their mechanics. All positions are done relative to the outside of the room, which is why this image is turned to treat that as our quote north. Not much to say about these. They assign positions for line AoE spreads, pair partners, and tower assignments. Keep them up on a second monitor or on your phone or something if it helps. While Deluge of Darkness is casting, be sure to start getting into position based on that diagram. Melees who are staying on the outer platforms can stay close to Cloud of Darkness and then move to their respective sides using the outer rings afterwards if they want. Once Deluge of Darkness finishes, only players on the center tiles will be able to hurt the Cloud of Darkness directly. Players on the outer platforms will instead have 2 Stygians of Darkness to hit. Fortunately, all damage done to the Stygians is inflicted to Cloud of Darkness at the end of the phase. All center tiles can also only support 1 player at a time. If 2 players step into a tile, it will instantly break and drop them to their death. You may also not stand on the same tile for longer than about 43 seconds or it will break. Be sure to refresh tiles regularly between each major mechanic and to keep an eye on your allies doing their resets as well. I'd like to take special note that if you are resurrected during your 5-second resin vuln, your weight on a platform is 0. So as long as you don't sprint or take any actions, you have 5 seconds to get back to a spot where you belong.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
The outer platform players also have to occasionally cull the 4 Atamos that spawn in the intercardinal positions, 2 on each side realistically.
Chaos, chaos, chaos. Chaos,
I had a spam call start coming in. Scared the shit out of me. I probably didn't pick up on the mic, but I'm just going to do that small part, the Atamos thing over. The outer platform players also have to occasionally cull the 4 Atamos that spawn in the intercardinal positions. These will tether to players shortly after spawning and deal massive damage over time to them. They will also eventually begin healing the Cloud of Darkness herself, so have ranged pick them off with a few GCDs whenever they respawn. The Atamos also leave behind a puddle that, when stepped in, will cause the player to teleport to the telegraph's location after 6 seconds. This can be used by the players on the inside if they die and are resurrected on the outer platforms in order to return to the middle, or to fix any sort of wonky things that happen in this fight. But honestly, it requires a lot of personal accountability and fight knowledge to do safely. Players on the outer ring should avoid these puddles while doing any mechanics that requires going near them, or at the very least ensure that they stay on the outside of the platform if they get the teleport with the telegraph. Shortly into the phase, Cloud of Darkness will cast Dark Dominion, doing heavy raid-wide damage and changing the outer ring into a danger space, inflicting a very potent bleed to anyone who steps in it. The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians like in the diagram. Both Stygians will do Third Art of Darkness. This has 2 half-platform AoEs, either a line AoE spread or hold on, the way that's worded is... Let me do that small part over again. The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians like in the diagram I showed earlier. Both Stygians will do Third Art of Darkness. This has 2 half-platform AoEs and either a line AoE... Line AoE spreads. For some reason, line AoE spread is hurting my brain. The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians like in the diagram I showed earlier, and like on your screen right now. Both Stygians will then do Third Art of Darkness. This has 2 half-platform AoEs and either a line AoE spread or pair partners. The half rooms are... Dude, I don't know why I can't do this thing. My brain is breaking trying to read all this. The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians like in the diagram I showed earlier and like on the screen right now. Both Stygians will do Third Art of Darkness. This has 2 half-platform AoEs and either a line AoE spread or pair partners. The half rooms are designated by just one of her tentacles lighting up. The pair partners if both of them light up, and the line spread if it's just her body that lights up. While the half platforms and line spreads are easy enough to understand, it's important to note that the pair partners are proximity baited. The 3 closest players will each bait a paired AoE, hence why the diagram has the layout that it has. Ensure that if you're not the baiter, that you're just a few steps back from that person. Otherwise, you'll double up, or even worse, outrange the person who's baiting it. It's also worth mentioning that Super Mitt can allow players to survive these alone, so long as they don't double up. Tanks can also eat one alone if they pop a bunch of Mitt or their tank invuln. Try to do it like normal, don't rely on these things, but also feel free to take extra precautions. I know I do. Right after Third Art of Darkness resolves is Particle Concentration. This summons towers that requires players inside of them both on the outer platforms and the PvP tiles. For the outer platforms, just follow the diagram to match 3 players into each tower. For the inner platforms, there's a bit more nuance. Have all 3 players stand in a small triangle, with 2 players closer to the cardinals and 1 player in the middle tile. One of the outer players will basically begin in a tile that works and can just stay there. The corner tile takes the outermost tower position, and the remaining player fills in. This movement is simple, but just make sure not to assassinate each other. If any tower is missed, the entire 24 players will be hit with a raid wide. This inflicts some damage and gives a stacking vulnerability up. If just one goes off, it's not that big of a deal. Any more than that, and it starts to get rougher and rougher. If it looks like towers will be missed, consider Tank LBing before the hit, and I'll make special note of a part of this that we're going to use Tank LB for potentially later. Once this is done, you'll get a small reprieve with a bunch of auto attacks before Cloud of Darkness does Ghastly Gloom. This will either do a donut AoE or a cross AoE that hits everywhere, so both the tiles and outer platforms need to respect either pattern. The donut just has the tile players step into her hitbox, and the platform players just get really close to the center edge of the platform. This is designated by the clouds around her, making sort of a ring around her hitbox. For the cross AoE, it just looks like a bunch of clouds surrounding her, and the tile players will have exactly 3 safe spaces per corner. It's safest to have one player claim an outside square before the mechanic even begins, and then have a movement prio for the other 2. The quicker you can get those 2 players into the corners just gives more time for the 3rd player, so the better you get at this, the faster this movement will be. For the outer platforms, they just run next to the Atomo circles along the outer ring, which is now freed up from Dark Dominion. Once this is resolved, the Atomos will respawn and the Stygians will cast Curse of Darkness. This places several different timed debuffs on the outer platform players. When these expire, that player fires a conal AoE in the direction they are looking, damaging and placing a dot on any player in its path. Keep track of your timers and look towards the outer ring when it's about to expire. In fact, one of them will expire almost immediately after you get these debuffs, so be sure to check. Right after these go off is Evil Seed. This places 8 seed markers over players around the room. 2 players on each of the outer platform will get one, and 4 of the tile players will get them, but no more than 2 in each corner. This diagram shows the end position of each seed placement. The outer players have a nice easy time just placing them along the edge. The inner players need to be careful about letting seed players get through to the east and west inner positions. If you get 2 seeds in one corner, it's best to let the east or westmost player go first and get to the further position, and the second player follows behind them and gets to the closer one. Once the AoEs appear, the 2 players should sprint back to their platforms in the same corner. Make sure if you're the further player that you don't run too fast and kill the person in front of you. And if you're the person who's doing less movement, then get out of the way. Keep in mind, any platform where a seed is placed counts as having a player on that platform. It's very important that the seeds are not on any platform except for the 4 that are designated in the diagram, or it eliminates movement options and almost ensures that you're going to have problems later. This will immediately be followed by Ghastly Gloom, whichever one you didn't do first. So if you did Donut first, then it'll be Cross second, and vice versa. Right after this goes off, another set of curses will expire, so check your timer and aim outward. Now for the Brambles. When the Stygian Shadows begin casting Thorny Vine, you'll want 8 designated players standing as close as possible to the Vine AoEs. This will mark them as the tether target for that respective Vine. Once they receive the vine debuff itself and are tethered to it, they can sprint and run away from it to break it. We have all 8 of the vines handled by outer platform players as seen in this diagram. Run opposite and along the outer ring for a snappier break. The inner tile players aren't free though. There will be 2 sets of 2 players tethered to each other, one on the north side of the tiles and the other on the south. They'll need to start as close as possible and then run across the tiles until the vine breaks. As Thorny Vine is casting, have all 3 players that are in a corner huddle close together. If 2 of you get targeted, stay close until the tether forms, then have the player in the farther tile begin running across. There's a chance that a player needs to shift over to let another player pass by here, so be ready to move over the tile that's half covered in a bramble to make room. If there are no brambles in your corner, have a player shift over to the half-covered bramble tile to leave the center tile open. The player breaking the tether will be coming from the other corner and can use the extra space. It should break before that point, but there's no reason not to give them that extra room. Be sure to have any tile timers reset done well before the movement needs to occur. One final note, during the bramble tethers, each Stygian will also begin casting an interruptible Flood of Darkness, which just does massive damage and inflicts a bleed to the raid. Make sure to interrupt this, whether it be the tank who's literally just standing there doing nothing except hitting the Stygian, or if his ranged as they're running away from the tether. Once all of that is done, reset to your default positions. Cloud of Darkness will begin gathering magical energies to prepare for her next attack, which doesn't have a cast bar, mind you. The attack itself is determined by what color she glows. If she glows purple, she will fire 2 sets of 12 spread AoEs. If she glows red, she will do a split damage line AoE on 6 different players. The spreads will always hit 12 times twice in a row, so if you have even a single dead player, then it's gonna double up on somebody. Tanks, if you see people are dead, consider just popping your invuln here. If all 6 tanks pop their invuln and you get lucky and one of them gets doubled up on, then you will have no additional deaths, and you really don't need the invuln for anything else. For the beams, you'll want to ensure that all 6 tanks are closest to the boss, as these are also wild charges, and any other players part of the stack are nearby behind them. The targeting works in such a way that it seems to target non-tanks, 2 on the outer platforms and 1 in each corner of the middle of the arena. Ensure that you are all close enough to actually be hit, and throw out mitigation. With 3 or more people, it doesn't hit so hard, but it's survivable with 2 players so long as they have mit. For the players on the tiles, if you need to get together for the wild charge, you should have 2 people on the back corner ones in the cubbies, and the tank should actually try to get pretty close to them next to that exact same spot. If you have the tank at the front of the platform, there's a chance that maybe it doesn't clip all 3 people. Like I said, you could survive with 2, but you really don't want to. Just having everyone huddled as close to the little hockey puck that blocks your movement a little bit just is a safer thing to do. Right after the spread or beams, Cloud of Darkness will begin casting active pivot particle beam.
Chaos.
Tarotastic gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Right after the Right after either spread or beams, Cloud of Darkness will begin casting active pivot particle beam. This will do a line AoE in front and behind her that rotates with each blast, totaling a 90-degree turn.
To the community.
For the players on the outside, they'll have to dodge an AoE from the Stygian before they begin dodging the rotation. The Stygian will either do core lateral phaser or lateral core phaser. Core lateral means stand in front of her first, then get to her sides, and lateral core phaser would be side safe first and center second. The name is basically telling you where the safe spots are in what order. After this, the outside party can get behind the laser rotation. Bear in mind the final Curse of Darkness timers will go off right after the rotation finishes, and Atomos will also respawn at this timing too. It is essential that these Atomos die before the next mechanic, or players are going to start getting fried.
Chaos.
There's also a tank buster from each Stygian on their main aggro target. It's AoE, so tank mitigate and make sure they're not too close to anyone else.
Chaos.
Kodiak Panda gifted 5
For the
subscriptions
inside
to the
people,
community.
they'll have to navigate the tiles without killing each other. I recommend 2 players in the cubbies in the corners reset their timers once the beams or spreads go off. 2 corners on the inside will remain safe through the entire rotation, so if the rotation is safely going away from you, just stay put. The other 4 players should line up as you see us doing here. The player closest to the rotations can get halfway into the first east or west tile, so they are snugly behind, and then move up as the rotation goes away, usually about 2 tiles total. Everyone behind them must wait until the person in front of them steps forward before moving, so don't take your sweet time. As soon as the person in front of you goes, you go. Once the rotation finishes, the back of the line should return to their initial corner, have the corner tiles reset their timers, and simply wait. Next up is Looming Chaos, which does damage to the raid and swaps everyone's position with another player's, assuming all 24 are alive. The 3 farthest players on the outside will be swapped with the 3 farthest players on the inside. So if the 3 players farthest outside are like northwest and northeast, then they'll always swap with southwest and southeast inside players. And that's exactly what we do. We have 3 outside players in this diagram go northwest and northeast, so that way when they swap with southwest and southeast, all of Alliance A is on the south side of the room. Now, all of the remaining players are just swapped with other players that are doing the same platform. So the 6 remaining outside players just swap sides, and the 6 remaining inside players just swap corners, staying outside and inside respectively, though. It's worth noting that Looming Chaos does also reset aggro, so every tank should immediately provoke the Cloud of Darkness middle to ensure they are in the top 6 like at the start of the phase. With that, the fight's kind of on repeat with 1 or 2 new things. First up is Curse of Darkness, which will apply debuffs to the outer players again. These ones are much more spread out timer-wise, as the first detonation doesn't happen for almost 30 seconds, but keep an eye on those timers and I'll give you reminders. Next is Towers again. This is largely the same, except that the Stygians will just do core lateral or lateral core phasers instead of Third Art of Darkness, which makes it a little bit easier. Dodge these and then get into the towers using the diagrams. Then remember to aim the curses away right after this. I highly advise having a tank close to the center of the room. Be ready to tank LB3 these towers to survive. Heck, if you don't have LB3, do an LB of some kind, because often in pugs you're going to have 1 or more failed towers here. If Looming Chaos's swaps didn't go properly because people were dead, then just all sorts of things can go wrong, but it is recoverable if you have the tank LB3 preventing even more deaths. The only other real concern is that the tank LB3 range is 50 yalms, and the arena is much bigger than that. So you really want as many players close to the middle of the room as you can possibly get, and the tanks that are doing it to be in a position that's closest to the rest of their alliance. So, a little bit of a pain, but hey, if it lets you prog, then it's the right decision to make. Next is Dark Dominion again, so make sure you heal and mit because you just took all the damage from the potentially failed towers, and then reposition the Stygian so it's centered in the outer platform. It's a good idea to visually get into your pairs for the upcoming Third Art of Darkness just in case anyone is confused or isn't thinking about it or just straight up forgot. Do Third Art of Darkness for the outside players while the inside players do something a little new. Players on the inside will instead contend with Faint Particle Beam, targeting 1 player in each inside corner with an AoE that will rapidly chase them when it finishes casting. This follows pretty fast, so whichever player in the corner gets it needs to immediately start rotating around the arena clockwise as soon as they're marked. Don't wait for it to finish casting. Go, go, go. Any players not targeted by a chaser need to quickly get into the corner cubbies to allow the rotating players to pass through without any collisions. Once you are done, Rotating, just stay in the corner you end up in, ensuring that at least 3 players are in each corner. Also, if you're a tank and you held onto your tank invulnerability up to this point, you can choose to just eat it with the damage downs. Like, you could just sit there in your invuln and take 16 blasts to the face. I don't recommend it, but if you notice that you've become the target because somebody else died, then it's something that can straight up save the run. So it's another place where tank invuln should be considered. Atamos will then respawn and a Curse of Darkness will expire, so check those timers. There will also be a cross or donut AoE again, so ensure the inside players have 3 to a corner just in case it's cross and dodge accordingly. Then it's another lateral core or core lateral before magical energies. This is the spread or wild charge beam from earlier, and Cloud of Darkness will do whichever one she didn't do the first time, so spread or line up accordingly. After this, each Stygian needs to be interrupted to prevent Flood of Darkness again, and at this point the phase is basically over. There will be one more timer that goes off before this phase ends, so one last time, check your curses and look outward. Seeing this one blast people at the very final bit. Then Cloud of Darkness will cast Flood of Darkness and reset the arena to normal, doing raid-wide damage, and the Stygians' missing health will be deducted from the boss's health bar as they disappear. Cloud of Darkness immediately goes to the wall and at least I'm at the end of it, repeats Deluge of Darkness. Deluge of Darkness. Deluge of Dark. I should have called it Deluge of Darkness. Cloud of Darkness immediately goes to the wall and repeats Deluge of Darkness, returning the fight to phase 1. I'm so excited to be past that. Cloud of Darkness immediately goes to the wall and repeats Deluge of Darkness, repeating the fight to phase 1. I keep wanting to say repeating phase 1 and returning, even though it says returning. Cloud of Darkness immediately goes to the wall and repeats Deluge of Darkness, returning the fight to phase 1. The only difference again is the repeat of the phase will be the opposite pattern to whichever one you had first. So if you had break pattern first, this one will do those Alliance wild charges and vice versa. Finish her off and you're all set. For loot, each alliance will receive their own loot. At minimum, there will be 2 armor coffers in each chest, but items such as the Shroud of Darkness mount or the hairstyle can drop. These items are only rolled between the 8 players in your party, not all 24, so you could theoretically have 3 of any of them in a single run. Each player will also receive 2 Cloud Dark Demi-Materia 1 and 1 Cloud Dark Demi-Materia 2 by default. Demi 1s can be used to buy the armor and the Shroud of Darkness mount, while Demi 2s can be used to buy the Days of Darkness mount and the hairstyle. You can, however, also receive bonus Demi Materia. During random times, the fight can be in bonus, noted by a small treasure chest in the high-end Duty Finder. This causes the fight to drop 2 extra Demi 1s, totaling 4 per run, and this bonus time seems to last 12 hours. First-time bonus players also cause everyone in the raid to receive 2 bonus Demi 2s per person. So for my first clear, which was 24 first-timers, we received the 1 Demi 2 for clearing, plus 48 bonus Demi 2s for the 24 first-time bonuses. Getting and teaching new players will help expedite... Jesus Christ, dude. Tripped over my words at the end there. I'm at the finish line. Just let me finish. Players with first-time bonus will also cause everyone in the raid to receive 2 bonus Demi 2s per person. So in my first clear, which had 24 first-timers, we received 49 Demi Materia 2s, 1 for the clear and then 48 bonus for the 24 people. Getting and teaching new players will help expedite getting these a lot. So don't be afraid if you're brand new to this to try to get in on it. And as a reminder, there is no loot lock out here, so run it to your heart's content. Get all the armor, the mounts, whatever reason you have for running it, you can just go nuts. And that is going to be a wrap for my guide to the chaotic Cloud of Darkness. Keep in mind that depending on which data center you're playing on, I can't guarantee that everything you see here is exactly as each data center will run it, but this is what our group has been doing, and it seems like a lot of other groups have been doing something very, very similar. On top of that, please bear in mind that the bonus times can change per data center, so you may want to hop around the data centers you're playing on, and that there are also plenty of Discord, such as the, really actually difficult Alliance Raid Discord in NA, as well as I'm sure a bunch of others across the different data centers as well. So look for whatever resources you need to find groups for it, and best of luck. Anyway, thanks for watching. I will see you all in the next one, and until then, take care. Oh, that's a long video. That's a fucking long video. Ugh. Kill me. Oh, hey, Romancing Saga 2 music. Claps politely. Thank you for the subs while I was recording. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your mounts, and thanks for those who did 5 or more. Give me the bonus subs. I love bonus subs. Thank you, Mew. Ugh. It didn't take me too many retakes to do it. Bankrupt Valorant. Damn, Valorant really likes me. There's a handful. The one I mentioned was really actually difficult Alliance raids. Now I have to cut out all the dead time, which doesn't take too long. I've heard this theme a bunch, so I don't mind getting that. Yeah, now the real work begins. I'll have to reference back to that diagram like a billion times. A whole billion. It's gonna be such a long guide, dude. It's like a half-hour video. Effectively, because of the inside and outside players, I have to like do 2 different guides for each mechanic. There's a lot of like little things that happens. It's 11 minutes 21 seconds, but that also includes explaining the loot rules. I'll see what the final time is once I cut out all the dead air. Like taking the time to explain how the hands works. Little things like reminding people to do knockback resist, or like things that can help them stay alive or keep track of things. Chaos. The day is still young. Thankfully, all the recording being done before, like, some people are even awake. Should give me plenty of time to edit. Ivy! How do you know? She did wait. But how did she even know? She knows professional voice, and she knows, and she knows the clickety-clacks. I have no idea. I don't know anything about how EU does anything. 'Tis a mystery. The identity of the Trigger Man is a mystery. She does know the YouTube voice. Now she's here in my lap, collecting her dues.
What am I fighting for?
I don't know. You can't. Inside people can't hurt the outside stuff. And outside people can't hurt the inside. You know, I didn't specifically make mention. I'll add a verbal note. The inside people can't hurt the outside stuff either. I'll add like a text note. Yeah, no, the only thing is you can heal each other, but you can't. You can target each other and heal each other, but you can't hurt or affect anything on the other side. Provoke seems to be the only thing that does work. Like if you're outside and you provoke inside, that still works. That's like the only thing. You can't even addle. Like you can't addle the outside ads or addle from outside to in. That's why all the ranged are on the outside, so they can deal with Atamos. Good old Final Fantasy 16 music. That's correct. Spreading on one side of the ad. Are you asking why they can't use the they can use the entire ring as long as Dark Dominion's not down? In fact, our spread positions do use the outer ring, and you have to use the outer ring for the outer ring for the what's it called? Vines. Third Art of Darkness happens during Dark Dominion. There's always a Dark Dominion during Third Art of Darkness. You can't, the ring is off limits during every Third Art of Darkness. No. Orgrimmar. Those are just, you're making a trade-off. Some of the curse gear is really good. There's one piece of curse gear in particular that was really good. I forgot which one it was. Oh, also, keep in mind, let me rephrase. There's a difference between the players not being able to affect the inside players and the attacks from the inside or outside not reaching each other. You can still be affected by the outside shit. You just can't, the players can't interact with it. I was getting damage downs last night from eating Third Art of Darkness. On the inside. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, they can shoot you. No, yeah, what the ads are doing can still absolutely, like, that's why the boss can still hit the outside players as well. No, yeah, the attacks aren't off limits. I think she does, but I don't have the ACT logs to say one way or the other. I haven't actually looked at the logs. I refresh Ironjawz right before the ad phase regardless. In hopes that it is still doing something. So, it's a harmless thing to do. Yeah, that won't work. You can't damage both the ads and her. Is there a way to get from inside to out? Die. That's how you go from inside to out. You die. And get rezzed outside. What the hell? One sec. Alright. Is there a reason not to use them? There's no reason to use them. If everyone does everything perfectly, the Atomos portals don't serve any purpose. Yeah, you can go from outside to in using the pool, but that's not what they asked. They asked from going inside to out. Outside to in, the only reason to ever do that is if an inside player dies and they're trying to return to the inside. If no one goes mid, then you're gonna die. The mechanic targeting literally doesn't work anymore. You can't fulfill all the towers. Not only do all of the other targets, like all the attacks after towers not work, but you instantly fail. What is that? 8 towers? Yeah, you definitely don't want to fail 8 different tower sets. That's probably not ideal. Yeah, it's just the editing process now. Trying to cut back on all the dead air. I'm sure there's dead air I'm missing here too that like was really short and I haven't noticed it. This will either do a no. Yeah, Tank LB3 on second towers, even if you don't think they're going to fail, is very helpful. Got Ivy picture. Very spicy. I don't think very spicy describes failing 8 towers. I think fucking dead describes 8 towers. There can be no spice once you're dead. Only cold. No. It doesn't, if as they've stated, it doesn't scale down, it's not possible. Literally, there's one mechanic that unless you have almost all tanks would just hard stop you immediately. They said it was specifically to practice certain mechanics. In other words, it seems like it's largely for practicing phase 1. I don't think you could do it DPS-wise with 12. No shot. 24 people that are all cooking probably still only beats the Enrage by 2.5 to 3 minutes. You take half of those people away and reduce the amount of DPS. No. There's no way you're beating the DPS check with even with 12 of the best players in the world. And no, it does not look like you'll be able to unsync this in the future, no. I gotta go buy cake today. The hell is this? Oh yeah, no, not doing any of that. It already has an item level sync of 735 like Ultimate does. It literally has the same item level sync right now that Fru does, which is 735, not 730. For the player return. I was trying to check to see if this was a break. Hence why we're saying it can't be unsynced. Because it already has an item level sync. I'm sorry, an item level, maximum item level. Yeah, an item level sync. Same thing. Yeah, the 12 players can pretty reasonably practice the first phase, but they cannot do the second phase. Lyle was trying to cook maybe some improved strats and then went, I'm going to keep it the same. That's why I was reading through Discord and I'm like, don't change it now, Lyle. There's no reason to change it. I did carrot cake last year, so I'll probably just do chocolate cake this year. I gotta go check the cakes. It's just gonna be a slice. If you give me a whole cake, I'll eat the whole cake. I'd like to avoid doing that. Carrot cake I do like. Doesn't even taste like carrots. I feel like the term carrot cake is so deceptive. I can't taste any carrot. I just know it tastes good. Oh, can I get this to under 30 minutes with the loot rules in addition? I still want to go back and do more 14 mobile videos too. I was actually waiting for this email. I just know that whatever I put in my mouth just needs to be delicious. I need to figure out what's happening with Fru tomorrow, too, because, like, we have State of the Realm tomorrow to talk about everything. Yeah, no, I think it's going to have to be just a little over 30 minutes. Oh, no. Here we go. I think I got it to under 30. With all of the dead air removed. Well, I mean, that's a relief, but now I still have almost 30 minutes of editing to do. I'm definitely not going to do any bells or whistles to this one, editing-wise. A lot of it just has to be shown anyway. Or at least I think it's more valuable to be shown than anything else. Oh, that's what he wanted to do.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Yeah, I could see that being a small change.
Chaos. Chaos.
Rigolas 19 gifted 3
I don't know that we really
subscriptions to the
want to do
community.
that, though. Yeah, that's strange. I don't think that's worth doing. Thank you for the gifties, Regulas. Yeah, they were thinking about putting all the brambles close to the inside of the platform instead of putting 2 on the outside and 2 on the inside.
Chaos. 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 Chaos.
And I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Insane Apple just subscribed with Prime.
Can you stack to bait? No. There's no baiting them. You just check which one you get. Thank you for the 2nd month. Thank you for the Prime subs. Yeah, so it looks like, unless I make some sort of additional edit, yeah, just about under 29 minutes. Oh boy, time to collect footage. Yeah, no, we're they were discussing it, but they said we're not doing that. They were just having they were like, listen, I bet if we did this, it would murder people. And I'm like, yup. People definitely gonna get murdered if you try doing that. Alright, let's see. I need to collect my footage because I know that like, I understand the reason for it. Like, if anything, you would want them, instead of all the way along the outer ring, you just put them on the side. Yeah, that's what actually they just talked about right here. Somebody literally just brought it up. You would put them on the sides on the outside platform. If you're gonna change anything, somebody literally just said the same thing. If you want to do anything, then that's what you would do. If you are gonna change anything. Honestly, it's one of those things that breaking the vines is not the problem at all with the mechanic. And you probably shouldn't change it. Yeah. That would work. Better agree on one. Honestly, I don't think there's any reason to change it. It looks nice the way that we have it. I could see there being an argument for changing those, but honestly, I don't think it makes much a difference. They're doing the discussion now, and before I actually commit to this, if we're gonna make a major change. I guess that's true. Yeah, it's one of those things that there's really no reason to change. The only potential concern with the outside ones is that a player won't drop them close enough to the wall and they'll straight up cut off a side, but that doesn't even change anything. It just means you have to run extra far. Yeah, most of our group agrees that while this discussion is fun, there's also no reason to change it. Yeah. Here's the big thing. None of that changes the difficulty of the fight because it's not a problem. The problem is the tile players. Oh, I love the song.
Chaos, 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 chaos,
Chaos.
Mr. Pebba Hilton gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you for the gifties. Yeah, so the problems in PF are, number 1, the pair partners murdering themselves. The third Art of Darkness, right before the first towers. And then... oh, God, what's the other thing? Third Art of Darkness before the first towers. And then the PvP tiles during anything that involves moving. But no, almost always you get the third Art of Darkness, look at the party list, somebody's dead, and you're like... bruh. Bruh. That's what happens most of the time. Alright, I want to get some of my footage from last night. I have some pretty clean POVs, but I did some more POVs last night. There was like a middle section in there where we were cooking pretty hard on our clear times. This is where I was cooking pretty hard. Rising, everyone!
chaos, chaos, chaos,
Chaos. Chaos.
chaos.
Thank you for the Prime sub.
Umbra Crystallis just subscribed with Prime.
How long is this? About 2 hours of footage. I think I can just start a thing here. Is this a run where I fucking cooked? Oh, this is where I'm on the inside. Oh, that's right. I did 2 different assignments last night. I should get POVs. Wait, no, I didn't. No, I've just done every different POV at some point or another. This is a run. No, we had a few deaths on this run. What's the boss HP percentage on this one when we come out of the phase? Like 17? I think we had one that was lower. Where we came out of the phase. It's about the same.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Alright, this should do.
Chaos, chaos.
An anonymous user gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Chaos.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
That gives me the bonus Valorant subs. I love bonus Valorant subs. Alright, let's see. Chaotic footage. Crimbus. This is from Octopath Traveler. And then this is Visions of Mana. I mean, I see. Okay, I see why they potentially want to change to that. I think it's fine the way it is. Just don't die, Smile. Why does Lyle want to cook? We've cooked already. I'd be scared. I had to remind them what the point of the range on the outside, where I was like, the range killed the Atomos. Please? Please keep it that way. Alright, chaotic footage, Crimbus. Alright, I think I have all the footage I need then. How do you get the Twitch amount? You have to either subscribe to 3 different streamers, subscribe and gift 2 subs, or any combination of 3 subs that isn't Prime. 3-month subs do not count as 3 subs. I don't like the idea of 3 healers outside. The Chaos Snowman. I don't know, I never ran into any issue. Oh, they're checking the logs to make sure that the opposite, like the northwest, northeast. You know what? Actually, interestingly enough, now that I think about it, I think I do have case examples of being northwest and being swapped with the northeast outmost players. I think I actually do have a footage example of that, so I might need to reword that section. I can get most of the editing done and then just reword that small section and do a quick re-recording. Because I think I do have footage that showcases that that you can't actually choose which corner on the inside gets swapped. It could have just been that we didn't bait correctly on the inside. Is always the possibility. Thank you for the anonymous subs. Yeah, so that one counts as one Urknol, and then you would need 2 more.
Chaos.
On top of it, either to other
Chaos,
streamers or gifted subs here, or gifted subs anywhere.
Chaos.
An anonymous user gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Oh, hey, I like gifted subs. And then there, you know what? I'll take 5 bonus instead. I'll take that.
Urkanal_Robert gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Chaos.
Yeah, it's true. It might not be as clean a swap as it seems. It doesn't really change much of anything, though. There's still a healer in range of pretty much every alliance unit, so they're in range of 4 and 4. It's close enough. I will make a note that I might need to change that particular section. That's the problem with the early guide. Sometimes the targeting stuff seems one way, and then there's 1 or 2 examples of it going the other, and you're like, oh no. Alright. That's that footage. Let me make a folder, because I have to get started on some of the footage editing. So I very much would like it all in one place. Yeah, I forgot what boss this was in Visions. Also, I know Sindolf sent me footage. Certified Bop. Celestial Judgment. I'm assuming if I checked, it's probably close to the final boss. If not the final boss, I just don't remember. I just remember a lot of yelling. That's what I remember. To be fair, in most RPGs, that's what I remember. Easy enough to remember that. I'm so glad Ivy is peaceful now. And back to Octopath. Man, think of all the clears I could be working on for Chaotic. I still need 36 more if I don't win the Shroud or I don't do it during bonus time. And boy, do I plan on getting 36 more. Good. Yeah, I'm waiting. Do we have... No, not yet. I'm waiting to see if our scheduling changes. Yeah, it can drop the Shroud of Darkness. Yeji won it the other night. I got my tile, which is the one I wanted more, but I might as well get both of them. I would like as much of the armor as possible. No, thank you, Urknol. I would like to win as many of the armor pieces as possible, too. Just because why not? Give it to me. I'm trying to win the armor, and I just can't fucking win any rolls, dude. I've been rolling nothing but 20s and 30s. The one piece I won... Actually, I won 2 pieces. But the first piece I won, I only won because I rolled a fucking 99. And that's a wasted 99. Because now when the mount drops, I'm going to roll fucking 1. If the mount drops. I've seen the hairstyle drop. I at least have one shot at rolling on the hairstyle. The cloud of Lala. I want my rare mounts. 97 on the fucking mount. Listen, if the mount rolls by and I win that, then I'll just buy all the armor instantly. That's it. I can buy 2 whole sets of armor right now. No, there's no loot lockout in Chaotic.
Zero just subscribed.
So I said I could be farming it right now, but instead of working on the guide. Thank you, Drenol. I'm waiting on all of my files to, like, be done. And I need to grab Sindolf's. Alright, that's an hour and 22-minute VOD that I need to download. There be no God. Alright, that's one file transfer done. I don't know that I need our clear VOD. I don't think I need our clear VOD. I think the VOD that I recorded the other night privately, when I was, like, just raiding off stream. Tonight's gonna be 5 p.m.? Okay. Good morning, Caliph. Probably because Savage only requires 7 other people, and thus... And most of the best in slot still comes from a mix of Savage and Tome stuff. There's not really a good reason, but that's all I can make sense of. Yeah, needing less people is the only reason I can come up with. Well, I'm just checking something real quick. I think this is the World of Final Fantasy version of it. In fact, I'm certain it is, because that would be there's literally no other albums I would own that would have it. That looks... Oh, that's downloading now. We're in the footage gathering portion. I'm going to try to keep the editing super simple on this. I'm not going to try to make it, like, fancy and shit. Most people just need the information and need to visually see it. Like, I have to do a few zoom-ins on a few things, like debuffs and whatnot. But for the most part, I'm just going to play the mechanic, show what's happening, say what's happening, and include a diagram if need be. And I'm pretty sure I've done every POV. I don't know, dude. Some people don't like that. Sometimes people don't like that I don't include, like, text descriptions of things at the bottom. It was like, bitch, I just told you what it does. Stop looking at the words and look at the goddamn game. No, honestly, that's not really how I feel about it. This is how I feel about it. I was like, listen, I can tell you at the bottom what it does. That's not telling you how to actually solve it.
Chaos.
You know, this is how I feel. I'm like, all right, so I have a lot of things that that person needs to know about how to dodge it. All right, I'll just put this at the bottom of the screen every time. How's that sound? Yeah, you want all that? Because all this is telling you how to do it. Those 3 words at the bottom. Like, I don't want to put for particle concentration. This summons towers that requires players in them. For outer platforms, there needs to be 3 players in each tower, and on the inner platforms, there's 1 tower that requires 1 person and 1 tower that requires 2. I don't want to put all that shit, and then how you actually resolve it. For the tile players, you make a small triangle. 1 person is already in their correct spot. The one closer to the corner shifts over, and then the other person shifts over. We have had Hector on State of the Realm.
Zavik just subscribed.
Pictures or videos? Like, that's what I need to tell you to do it correctly with text. Because that's how you have to do the movement. For like, I can't include enough text to make that useful at the bottom. It's not how I would learn it, so it's not how I would make the guide as effectively. How I see it. Yeah, you actually do want to understand the vibes of your corner partners. If they're irresponsible or hasty motherfuckers, you need to know that shit ASAP. All right, I meant to check some. Ooh, what's this? Zeph sent me a message at 5:27 a.m. this morning. You know what it says? Happy Mr. Happy Minute on Mr. Happy Day, Mr. Happy. So in Australia, it's already the 27th. So at 12:27 a.m., he sent me that message. Except that because he's in Australia, it says 27:12. Yeah, you can think for yourself, too. I actually don't mind healing as long as nobody dies. I healed it all last night. If everybody lives, then it's, you know, fine. I don't mind healing when people are alive. Nice and easy. Alright, I think my footage... Oh, no. I still need to grab one more piece of footage. Of one Sindolf who sent me footage. Iggy said they would send me footage and then never uploaded it, I don't think. But, I mean, Sindolf did it already, so it should be fine. Where he posted it in... Oh, we moved all the fucking Discords around. Where did he put it? Chaotic General, I think? Motherfucker's been chatting so much, I gotta look. Tank clean inside. There we go. Check your... Although I did inside last night, so maybe I don't need it anymore. There's really actually difficult alliance rate Discord. Although theirs are still like a mix of, you know, swap to clear and, you know, it's still not going to be 100% success. Your little ranged baby shouldn't be far is the problem. Then they're in the wrong spot. Tell them to get the fuck over here. All right, let's see. Oh, also, you know what? Let me, I'm gonna hit my recording scene real quick. And let me locally record something. Hold on, let me get off my mount before I teleport. There was no reason to do that other than the fact that I can. Outstanding. Yeah, I didn't mind healing it last night at all, really. It was only like when people were out of range of me, I was like, for like if they died and res someplace else, that I was like, well, good luck. Hold on, I just need to locally record the intro scene. I always use the intro scenes in the videos. No, I think one of them's pretty close to just what we're doing, though. Ivy! She's trying to get all up in my business. All up in my business. Spooky sounds. Spooky sounds. Ivy, stop. Look at this. I gotta brush your teeth. I didn't brush your teeth yesterday. You want a good teeth brushing, Ivy? Come here. Come on, Ivy. Lap. Come on. She does not know what she just trapped herself in.
Chaos, 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 chaos.
Radel Girl gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you, Radel. Ivy, you gotta let me get this side. Why do you fight when I try to clean that side of your mouth so much more? It's because I can press her head against my chest like that. Ivy, I didn't get to clean your teeth yesterday, so that's what had to happen. Make sure you ain't got stinky breath. No stinky. Use be stinky. All right. That's recorded. Let me get the footage, the recording. So it can all be in one place. Yeah, I think I have all the POVs at this point. I think I've technically done everything myself, except for tanking, obviously, but you know, who gives a shit? Who really cares about that? Oh no, I have to provoke. You know what my favorite thing to say is? Almost every tank mechanic, unless it's something very particular like Fru's final phase, actually. I would definitely want to see a tank POV of that if I was a new tank. But you know what? All I need to do here, I just zoom in on the party list and show the tanks taking the autos and getting the lightning vulns, and I'm done. See, that's why I would just shirk. We Voke on cooldown. Yeah, buddy. Oh, whoops, I did that wrong. Hello, Swedish. At the start of the fight... Shut up, Happy. Oh, you know what? Actually, I can think of some footage that I still want from yesterday. I mean, tanking this, I would feel a lot better. You don't have to do jack fucking shit. Bro, you don't have to place the brambles. You don't have to bait the brambles, break the brambles. I guess if you're a tank on the inside, at the very least, you're doing the tile mechanics. If you're a tank on the outside, you're like, I will silence and mitt. Nine sex Volk! Shark. Yeah, because I joined that PF that actually did light party assignments at the start. And I actually want to use that for, footage. Yeah, just be a tank on the outside. And you barely have to know how to do anything. Much easier. Chaotic assignments. All right. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate it.
Lauren Nightshade just subscribed.
Thank you. Ivy. She's still frustration grooming. It's like, what did you just do when you cleaned my teeth? I feel so dirty now. That's just the taste of the toothpaste in your mouth, Ivy. It's not the end of the world. She's like, I gotta get that taste out. Here, I know what'll get the taste out. Your dental treats. The third part of your dental regimen. And one last one, and those are your dental treats, Ivy. And that be the end of that. There always ends up being something I want more footage of. Every single time. God, there's gonna be so much editing! This is why when most people make YouTube content nowadays, a lot of people just resort to talking to the camera. Because there's nobody gives a shit. Even the people watching most of the time, they're just like, I don't fucking care. Just tell me what you're gonna tell me. So I didn't click on a goddamn documentary. Forward and back and then forward and back. Go east, then split into light parties. These assignments should be enough for newer groups. For phase 2, we'll talk about it when we get there. Exponential. Hello, Tequila. Just use MS Paint. Listen, one of my best MS Paints was in Top. I drew something and I was like, oh, we want to do something like this. And it's literally the weirdest abomination I could have ever drawn. And then Theo is like, yeah, basically like that. And I'm just like, I fucking knew he would understand it. It's going good. Just enjoying what I call sandwich day. Because it's sandwiched between my birthday and Christmas. Yeah, forward and back. You'd think after I gave her mouthwash and brushed her teeth that she would maybe want less to do with me. Nope. She wants cat time. What kind of sandwich? A Crimbo birthday sandwich. And I'm the meat. Look at this. cross the leg, and that's when all hell kicks loose. Once the leg is crossed, if she gets comfortable, she's gonna just sink into this little section right here. Oh, especially if I do this. Sometimes she'll like roll that way. No, she's gonna do it the other way. She's not feeling it this time. She doesn't want to get ultra cozy. Look at this. And you wonder sometimes why it takes me forever to get some work done. Look at this. People be like, when's the guide gonna be done? I'll be like, I don't know, what do you think based on the current activities? Hi. Hi. How's your breath now? Let me smell your breath, Stinky. Oh, your breath smells good. Now you've got the freshest of breaths. No more Stinky. Yep. I don't even look. I'm not even doing anything. It's all her. You know how most cats have a scratching post? I'm the petting post. Even if I'm not petting her, she finds ways to simulate petting. Ivy, you're out of control. Cats just know. She does. She also knows that I'm trying to at least make a little bit of editing progress. Most of my editing probably won't happen on stream, just because obviously I'm paying attention to stream. But I can do tiny bits here and there. And that's usually more than sufficient. Listen, we don't need
chaos, chaos, chaos.
We don't need any at
chaos,
all.
Chaos,
Zavix, thank you.
Zavi gifted 2 subscriptions.
Oh yeah,
to
let
the
me leave
community.
the house. I got the footage I needed. Forward and back. I need to get back on my PvP tile. Dude, if I can get to another Days of Darkness and sell it, that would be insane. I want to sell more PvP tiles. Fucking Sea of Stars with the jump scare. This makes me want to listen to the Record Keeper version of it, which actually is right here. I was like, I actually was like right next to it on the playlist anyway, so it works out. Thank you, Record Keeper. We have a wipe here. Yes. Okay. They are very good. Game's still alive in Japan. Each alliance has aggro. The boss will do Blade of Darkness pretty much right away. This attack does one of three things. If she holds both of her arms in front of her, it does a large point-blank AoE. Alright, let me see if I can... Do I have footage of the out pattern? Yes, right here. Way. This attack does one of three things. If she holds both of her arms. Both of her arms in front of her, it does a large point-blank AoE. If she raises one of her arms, then the opposite arm will have a safe donut. I should probably... Once she does two darkness pretty much right away. This attack does one of three things. If she holds both of her arms in front of her, it does a large point-blank AoE. If she raises one of her arms, then the opposite arm... And then the other mechanic is here. Once she does two Blades of Darkness, she will cast Flood of Darkness, doing a raid-wide plus... Shut up, Happy. This is the worst part. Then the opposite arm will have a safe donut right next to it. Basically get to the arm that's closer to the ground. Once, if she raises one of her arms, then the... I hate listening to this guy. I hate it so much. Basically get to the arm. I know how other people do it. Once she does two Blades of Darkness, she will cast Flood of Darkness. Like, how do you all do it? Like, I feel bad for you. Like, I have to do it too, but, like, I don't have a choice. Like, this is... I'm forced into this, you know? You all had a choice. And yet, somehow, this is what you ended up with? Why? Why would you allow this for yourselves? Once she does two Blades Good, 1 minute of my guide has been edited. Doing a raid wide plus bleed on every player, while also changing the arena and starting her first phase. Make sure to have percentage bid on this to reduce the bleed. After the phase begins, Cloud of Darkness will begin firing 11 attacks at the top aggro in each alliance, inflicting them with lightning resistance down. Every few autos, the tanks in each alliance should swap to ensure that tanks aren't overwhelmed by the damage, though you could also try to go for a new record. Could also try to go for a new record. Top aggro in each alliance, inflicting them. Let's see. No, it's nothing to do with the brambles. It's everything to do with just having to listen to me. Them with lightning resistance down. Every few autos, the tanks in each alliance should swap to ensure that tanks aren't overwhelmed by the damage, though you could also try to go for a new record. After a few autos, she will cast Grim Embrace. I mean, yeah, there's the really actually difficult Alliance Raid Discord, and there's other ones, but that's the one I keep referencing. I don't know how much NASE is actually doing. I'm pretty sure everyone pronounces it differently. I should kind of have to use the restroom. At least a minute and a half is honestly until I get to the middle section. The first phase is going to take me no time at all to edit. It's really the second phase. I have to use the restroom real quick though, so I'm going to be right back. All right. I am Backaroo. Listen, don't make fun of my chair. You like Chair-chan. Don't even try to deny it. It is a nice chair. Ivy, Jesus Christ. You had so much energy this morning. What? Jesus. Sat down, didn't immediately hear click-clacks. Gosh, I feel like, Ivy, I feel like you're trying to bully me into getting another cat. But earliest I would get another cat is if I move next year. It'll be after we're in LA. That's only if I will be financially able to do it next year. You good? I'm just gonna start playing cat videos for her. Having fucking cat sounds. Having fucking cat sounds play or some shit from like a speaker. Back. Each time she casts it. Oh yeah, there's Grim Embrace. Huh, I wonder if, because, so when I get Grim Embraced, I'll often just check the first one and then look away. I don't think I have footage of me actually, like, no, you know what, I definitely have day one footage of me looking at it, like when we first started getting there. Trying to see if I have anything from when we first entered. Yeah, I had to get rid of that. I wonder if any of my... Yeah, unfortunately, I just got so used... I mean, it doesn't matter. I have POVs of both of the hands. That's not too bad. I think I've got a decent one right here. Hello, Zeph. It's not my birthday yet. Not on this side of the world. Mr. Happy Minute CST. Stop trying to make me time travel. But also, thank you. It's too far in the future. Good morning, Johnson. Ugh. Oh, Ivy, I need you to chill. It's not my birthday yet. It's not until tomorrow.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Thank you, Aaron.
Chaos.
Air Anchor gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Enjoy the moont. Ivy! Relax. Please. Every 2 seconds. Kitty. I raise my hands for 1 second and she's instantly all over me. Wow. Deadliest high five of their... No. Do I have... What is the... Ivy, stop! I'm trying to focus. I'm trying to find something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need that early footage. All right. She pouting? Listen, it can't always be her way. I play standard. I am a standard gamer. Grim Embrace twice back to back. Each time she casts it, she will tether 12 players and give them a Deadly Embrace debuff. When this debuff expires, a hand will pop out of the player and attempt to give them the deadliest high... Oh yeah, the deadliest high five of their life. Got it. Cool, man. God, this video is going to be so long. I would like one of me just doing my hand normally and not gap closing. All right, good. I have that. That is right here. That is, trust me, it is far from the only time. As someone who's been around since A Realm Reborn, Legacy actually used to be a DPS loss if you didn't play a very exact way in A Realm Reborn. Because back then you needed to look at the boss to auto attack. So if you were Legacy and you ran left or right or back, you stopped looking at the boss. So you could lose auto attacks to it. Not to mention any gaze attack where you make a last second adjustment as Legacy. You must be looking this way. Tries to slightly backstep and fucking dies. Oh yeah, just hold 3 buttons. That sounds terrible. Debuff expires, a hand will pop out of the player and attempt to give them the deadliest high five of their life, giving a player a stack of damage down and a 5-second doom that, if not cleansed, will end you. The hand will either lunge out in the direction the player is facing, or oh yeah, I probably want footage of both of those. A hand will pop out of the player and attempt to give them the deadliest high five of their life, giving a player a stack of damage down and a 5-second doom that, if not cleansed, will end you. The hand will either lunge out in the direction the player is facing or behind the player. This is determined. Let's see. Do I have footage of the other hand? I mean, I should. I have the entire fight's worth of footage, so, you know. Even if I don't get it early on, I get it later on. Except for the fact that we kill it before my debuff expires. So where is my... excuse me, other footage. I only used Legacy for what are they called? Deep dungeons for Machinist. All right, there we go. That is the other debuff right there. I found it. The hand will either lunge out in the direction the player is facing or behind the player. This is determined by Cloud of Darkness's animation during Grim Embrace, which either has her right hand gripping under the crystal she is casting from, or don't care, Happy, shut up. The hand will either lunge out in the direction the player is facing or behind the player. This is determined by Cloud of Darkness's animation during Grim Embrace, which either lunge out in the direction the player is facing or behind the player. This is determined by Cloud out in the direction the player is facing or behind the player. There you go. Just wanted to see if the editing was right.
During Grim Embrace, which either has her right hand out of the player and Grim Embrace twice back to back. Each time she casts it, she will tether 12 players.
You know, it's too bad this theme from Final Fantasy XI is so late in its life cycle. Most people will never do the fight that it's from. It's such a pain in the ass to get to this fight. But I had fun doing this fight. Oh, I mean, I had fun finishing Voracious Resurgence is more accurate. Has her right hand gripping under the crystal she is casting from, or her left hand pushing into the crystal. You'll either need to backstep out of the AoE as it appears in front of you, or run forward to get out of the AoE. Oh, actually, no. It's the same hand no matter what, isn't it? You'll either need to backstep out of the AoE as it appears in front of you, or run forward. Oh, yeah, no, she just crosses. Okay, I actually need to re-record this section. Let me make a note of that. She does use her right hand for both of them. It's just the pushing into it. I always thought it was her left hand reaching up because she doesn't move her left hand for one of them, but no, she uses her right hand for both. All right, I have to note that needs to be. Let me rewrite it. I'll have to re-record this small section, but that's fine. Actually, what did I write here the first time? Okay, actually, it's a little bit less. All right, that's perfect. That's all done. I should probably re-record this section now so I don't forget. Which either has her right hand gripping under this. Her using... All right, yeah, let me just record these two sections again. And should be good. The hand will either lunge out in the direction the player is facing or behind the player. This is determined by Cloud of Darkness's animation during Grim Embrace, which either has her pulling the crystal towards her or pushing it away from her. You'll either need to backstep out of the AoE as it appears in front of you or run forward to get out of the AoE as it appears behind you. Her gripping behind the crystal means back up to be safe later. Her pushing into the crystal means move forward later. We had an Alliance chat macro that said things like 1B 2F or 1F 2B. What's important is you remember which of the two grips you're affected by. Echo macros or mental reminders work wonders. Yeah, and then I have... The other section should be fine because the other section is where I mention that you can do the gap closer as well. Yeah, I like to say she's grabbing the booty or she's grabbing the titties. If she's grabbing that ass, then back up later. If she's going like this to grab that ass, If she's just like, she's just grabbing the boobies, that means go forward later.
Mazzy _
Also
star
works
82
really well.
just subscribed.
Mazzy, thank you for the sub. Just so you know, the 3-month sub does not count as 3 separate subs for the mount. If you were hoping it did, you would still need 2 more, but you know, that's up to you. Listen, Cloud of Darkness is a freak. She is the one who's treating the crystal this way. Darkness's animation during Grim Embrace, which either has her pulling the crystal towards her or pushing it away from her. You'll either need to backstep out of the AoE as it appears in front of you, or run forward to get out of the AoE as it appears behind you. Her gripping behind the crystal means back up to be safe later. Her pushing into the crystal means move forward later. We had an alliance chat macro that said things like 1B 2F or 1F 2B. What's important is you remember which of the 2 grips you're affected by. Echo macros or mental reminders work wonders. When your debuff is about to wear off, try to aim the hand outside of the arena as best as possible, or at least as far. The hand will either lunge out in the direction the player is facing or behind the player. This and then I can just do this, which either has her multiple times, and that makes the editing easy. You'll either need to backstep out of the AoE as it appears in front of you, or run forward to get out of the AoE as it appears behind you. Her gripping behind I've already edited 3 minutes of this. Yay. Her pushing in gap close as soon as the debuff disappears. Oh, let me grab the footage of me gap closing with Icarus. I should have the Icarus gap close. Damn right, Valorant's the top gifter. Thank you for the anonymous subs. We haven't seen more than, I think, 6 subs at once. Bonus subs from Valorant. Let's see. Which VOD would have that? Thank you, Sunset. Hey, Valorant had 2 that time. Thank you, Anonymous.
Gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Chaos, 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 chaos,
chaos. Gifted 2 subscriptions to the community.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
My phone light up.
Chaos,
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 chaos. Yeah, footage from last night should have me with Icarus. Chaos. At some point, I definitely Icarus last night for my debuff. Alright, definitely wasn't here. Or if I did do it here, I got killed by somebody else. Oh, yep, that's exactly what happened. Alright. Somebody was in front of me with one. Because they just stayed in the middle of the room, so that's probably not the best. Although I think at one point I do say, so long as nobody's in front of you. Pretty good fucking clip for that in particular, I guess. Yeah, that's why you can make an echo macro and just press it. It's never a bad idea. Yeah, at some point I got really tired of doing Icarus because I felt like motherfuckers just kept dropping it in front of me. So I'm hoping I have at least one decent Icarus in here. The achievement is indeed Cloud Strife. Plenty of strife from this cloud. Alright, I think this is an Icarus. I mean, yeah, it is, but it's the easy Icarus. I wonder, do I have, like, one where I actually dash through my own AoE? That's the big thing I want. I want one where I actually dash through my own AoE. If I have it. Like, if I get, like, it's forward. No, this one didn't work, so is that because I got hit by something else? Nope, that was me backing up and just somehow still getting hit. Good morning, Purple. Oh, that works, I suppose. I'll grab this one and I'll grab the other one. It is a bonus per new player. Yeah, it's especially useful for legacy peeps to do the dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. Sorry, we're past Christmas now. It doesn't happen for another year. Stop being jolly right now.
Chaos. Chaos.
Only mad.
Chaos.
Cloud, thanks for the gifted
Chaos.
subs.
Chaos.
This is one of the Chaos mounts. I was just thinking about this song, too.
Chaos. 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 Chaos.
Wow.
Chaos. Chaos.
Cloud RDS gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
You can also go to the very back of the room and gap close as soon as the debuff disappears, and you should dodge it regardless of which hand it is. That is assuming your teammates didn't also drop one directly in front of you. While your debuffs are resolving, Cloud of Darkness will do one of 2 mechanic patterns relative to what timer she assigned on everyone with Grim Embrace. First up, she will summon several cloudlets along the back edges of the room. No Mr. Jolly here. No! That was me getting credit for something I never wanted credit for. Tiny spillage there. Yeah, it's because the other Leviathan theme came on not long ago, so the 16 Leviathan theme is nice. No, brambles are not cool. Incorrect. While your debuffs are resolving, Cloud of Darkness will do one of 2 mechanics. Oh, right. I need to grab this POV. Hello, Flo. And death. All right, let's see. It's going all right. I am just working on the guide and hating myself the entire time. Darkness will do one of 2 mechanic patterns relative to what timer she assigned on everyone with Grim Embrace. First up, she will summon several cloudlets along the back edges of the room. They will do 4 sets of line AoEs, all of which you just need to dodge. Just look at the back of the room, align yourself to be just outside the first 2 line AoEs, and then step into them as they appear. After the second movement, you'll be safe until all 4 of the lines are done. However, during the Cloudlet AoEs, Cloud of Darkness will also begin casting one of 3 See, I hate spells, this guy. Death, Arrow, or Flare. Death will pull players towards the center of the platform before an AoE All right, goes so off. this one's Click Flare. hit. This Right exact after pull the is center Flare. AoE Shut up, goes off. Happy! All right. Yeah, everybody is, I'm wishing everybody some Jesus luck. That dude
Chaos,
be
chaos,
yapping.
chaos.
Thank you for the gifties. Enjoyed them out.
Chaos. Chaos.
8-1 gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
I know our clear VOD. Oh my god, why do they all have flare? Why does the boss keep doing flare first? Alright, which one is this? Arrow. Alright, there's Arrow. And I think in my clear VOD, the boss uses death first. Technically, I don't need the death first one. Technically, I just need to show what death does. I don't even need it to be first. I just like the idea of showing it in the middle of the mechanic. You've done it, Hammer. Unless you're just about to say that... Okay, no, you got it. Good. Thought you were going to say, made it past towers, then we died on brambles. I was waiting for it. Nobody's happy except me. I am the only one. Ugh. Sorry, I need to stretch. There's flare again. For fuck's sake, dude. There's a flare second. What about flare first? Yes. I'll sue you like the React guys. Because that worked out so well for them. Oh my god, it's flare again. Why do we have so many flares first? Let me get the end of the fight. The end of the fight's the same fucking thing. What about second flare? That can happen. Yeah, I'm about to just grab one of my regular death footages. Just be like, fuck it. Yeah, a lot of the times people just really needed to slow down and think more about arrow, of course. And think more about what they actually needed to do and not anything else. That's flare first. Yep. It's crazy how infrequently I had death first. Well, I know it can be. There it is. Finally, I found it. I wanted to find it during the mechanic so the timing would be on screen. Really, yeah, realistically, those two players shouldn't even, nobody should be occupying the middle square during seeds. It should be two people in the it should be two people in the cubbies and one other person who's not even in the cubby. I mean, they can be, because then they'll be the person who's closest, but like you want two people in the actual corners. The only reason I say you don't want someone actually in that center section is because if they don't get it and one of the cubby people does get it, then they're blocking and need to move. So generally, you leave that middle tile open. Have 3 spells: Death, Arrow, or Flare. Death will pull players towards the center of the platform before an AoE goes off and inflicts doom on any hit. Right after the center AoE goes off, it becomes a donut, so players should step in right after that initial AoE goes off. Arrow hits the center of the platform with a powerful AoE, likely killing any one hit. Will pull players towards the center of the platform before an AoE goes off and inflicts doom on any hit. Right after the center AoE goes off, it becomes a donut, so players should step in right after that initial AoE goes off. Arrow hits the center. And then I have arrow and I have the other one. I think this one's arrow. Oh no, that's a different piece of footage altogether. Thinking is generally considered optional by most, so. Most definitely don't consider it mandatory. Optional mechanics. Arrow hits the center of the platform with a powerful AoE, likely killing any one hit. This also knocks players back, so they should line up with the same spots you used for death, those 3 far corners, and get knocked back into them. Knockback resist does work on both arrow and death, but I would not recommend using it on this first set here. Save it for later. The final option is saving that for later. Outer edges and petrifies any player looking at Cloud of Darkness. Alliance A's flare should head to the left side of the platform, B towards the back, and C. Yeah. Right. Shut up. After the flare goes off, each alliance will get 2 light party stats. Yeah. Shut up. The final option is flare, which gives later. Got this fucking song. My man Knuckles. If you haven't seen Sonic 3, I recommend it. Thought about buying this game again and playing it in my spare time. It's been such a long time since I played it. I feel like I'd really have to re-buy a GameCube controller. Otherwise, it just wouldn't be the same. I mean, who would play this on GameCube? No, you play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Because it's the better game. Alright, I think I've got everything I need for this part.
The 5-player from
But I'm contemplating editing the beginning and end and leaving and just doing the middle in bite-sized pieces. Yeah, exactly.
Ensure you have a lot of nit and that those 3 players are very far
You
away.
raced in squads of 3 or 4. I don't know if you're referring to heroes. I don't know that I really consider it racing in squads, but I guess that kind of counts. Yeah, that's Sonic Heroes. I mean, I guess technically it's kind of, in a way, I sort of, yeah.
Like other fights, they aren't. Ensure you have a lot of nit and that those 3 players are very far away from the party and each other. Alliance A's flare should head to the left side of the platform, B towards the back, and C towards the right.
Heroes just has a really
Alliance
weird
A's
final
flare should
boss.
head to the left side of the platform, B towards the back, and
Everything
C
else works
towards
fine
the
for
right.
me.
After the flare goes off, each alliance will get 2 light party stack markers, so split into light parties like we assigned earlier. Alliance A C towards the right. After the flare goes off, each alliance will get 2 light party stack markers, so split into light parties like we assigned earlier. Alliance A's light parties lean left, B back or middle, and C's to the right. Right after the flare will be a Blade of Darkness, so respond accordingly. Grim Embrace debuffs will begin resolving after this, so it's up to every individual player to remember theirs and do it correctly. If you're someone with an Asuna, be ready, just in case. Cloud of Darkness will also cast either End Death or End Arrow. This makes it so the next time that she does Blade of Darkness, she will also perform Death or Arrow immediately after. A member of the Alliance posting a macro for this for everyone to remember helps after this, so it's up to remember.
Yeah, let me start from here.
With an Asuna, be ready, just in case. A member of the Alliance posting a macro for this for everyone to remember helps plenty, but she does leave a text box in your chat.
I should have taken a screenshot of my text box
Either wind abide
when she
in my
says
breast
death
or
abide or wind abide, but I mean, she says it says it on the fucking screen too,
At
so it
this
shouldn't
point,
be a
if you're
big
getting
deal.
tons of back-to-back debuff timers when she's doing either wind abide in my breast or death abide in my breast, so you can use those as reminders as well. At this point, if you're getting tons of back-to-back debuff timers expiring after 3 sets, she will cast Break. This summons 2 eyes along the outer edges and
let me do this.
At this point, if you're getting
Thank you,
tons of
Artorias.
back-to-back debuff timers expiring after 3 sets, she will cast
Artorias the Owl just subscribed with Prime. Doing blind runs for this MPF was pretty fun.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, now everyone wants their clears and they're like, stop dying!
2 eyes along the outer edges and petrifies any player looking at Cloud of Darkness or the eyes when the cast bar finishes. Just look away from all of them any way possible and you're good. If just 1 debuff set goes off, at this point, if you're getting tons of back-to-back debuff timers expiring after 3 sets, she will cast
Caldric,
This summons
welcome
2
back.
eyes along the outer edges and petrifies any player looking at Cloud of
Kai
Darkness
Haldrick
or
just
the eyes when the
subscribed.
cast bar finishes.
Hopefully a good
Just
guide
look
makes
away from
PF
all
clean
of
it
them
up.
any way
Man, let me
possible
tell you, you
or
can't
the
make
eyes
players
when the
not kill
cast
each
bar
other.
finishes. Just look away from all of
It
them
won't,
any
Kona.
way possible and you're good.
It won't.
If just 1 debuff set goes
You should
off,
know
then
by
Cloud of
now.
Darkness will use Rapid Sequence Particle Beam.
I love rapid sequence particle beam. Bam, 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 bam. Let's see, which pattern was this? Listen, I can PvP by myself now with this tile. You know what they say? In life, you're your own worst enemy. So I'm always PvPing myself. Not to mention, I have to listen to my own fucking voice while doing the guide, and that's PvP.
Chaos, 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 chaos,
Chaos.
chaos.
Thank you for the gifted sub, Whiskers. I was the 24th clown all along. I could have never known. All right, now that's break pattern again. They take about 43 seconds to break if you stand on them. It's both. We've got 2. What do you mean? I can hear my own voice as well. The sound of my voice travels back into my ears, unfortunately. I don't like it, but it's true. Alliance A has it the easiest, and Alliance B and C are the same. This break pattern again? Yes, it is. God damn it, dude. Oh, let me check this, because this will have it regardless. Only reason I say Alliance A has it the easiest is because the outer platforms, in my opinion, well, I mean, I guess it depends. I think the outer platforms are easier than the PvP tiles because you just need to know mechanics. You don't have to think about the PvP tiles at all. But I'd argue that the outer platform is more often the reason why wipes happen at the same time, so. Because the pairs get messed up and then the towers get messed up and then everything goes to shit. And then people have vuln stacks and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, as long as there's nobody on a tile, then it will start resetting, yes. The agents. God, that's another break pattern. That means that the flare pattern, the other pattern is at the end. Oh, that one was a wipe. Never mind. Sorry, I'm looking for specific footages. Given how semi-random the first phase is, it's being a butt. All right. Nope, that's break pattern again. Jesus Christ. Why were they all break pattern first? All right. Luckily, I know in a successful clear, both patterns happen. So I can just do this. We had some very clean kills last night, which was nice. Very clean kills last night, very clean kills the night before. So plenty of good footage to look through.
This targets each alliance with an 8-player split damage line AoE that hits 4 times back to back. It's also what we like to call a wild charge, dealing significantly more damage to the first 2 players it hits in each alliance. So Alliance A to the left, B middle, C right, and make sure that the tanks stand in front of the rest of the alliance. Also, ensure there's decent mid here. Regardless of which pattern you get, the rest of the phase plays out similarly, just with slightly different timings. The break pattern has Blade of Darkness right after she will cast Break. This summons 2.
All right, yeah, now is where I get into the fact that there's 2 different pattern timings.
Or the eyes when the finishes. Just look away from pattern you get. The rest of the phase plays out similarly, just with slightly different timings. The break pattern has Blade of Darkness right after Break, which then sets off the End Arrow or End Death. The Rapid Sequence pattern summons a second set of Cloudlets and then begins casting Blade of Darkness while they're still going off, which then
Cool, man.
Which pattern you get.
It's the background
rest of the phase
song.
plays out similarly, just with
Visions of Mana's A
Break
Voice in the
pattern is Blade of
Distance.
Darkness right after break, which then sets off the end arrow or end death. The rapid sequence pattern summons a second set of cloudlets and then begins casting Blade of Darkness while they're still going off, which then sets
Oh, you know what? I do need the early one because that's from a kill that's way too quick. And because that's from a kill that's too quick, we actually kill it before the end arrow or anything goes off. Hey, breakfast. Yeah. It's in Gridania, right next to the achievement vendor. Lion A and C, the same mechanics. No. Alliance, all 8 of Alliance A's members should be on outer platforms, and Alliance C should have 2 players on the outer right platform and 6 players on the inner tiles for the first set. So, Alliance C, 2 members on the right, and then the 6 members on the inside. Oh, we thought about moving more people around for this, but we decided to just leave it. There's no reason to change it. That's the one we've been using. That's the one our group made. We moved the brambles at some point. Honestly, we decided where the brambles are on that platform doesn't matter at all, as long as they're not too close to the center part, which would screw up the donut. Yeah, I would advise not doing that, Kahal. I would advise not doing the send 2 players middle. This arrangement has many more advantages. Why? The amount of the players you need to send middle are awkward because you have to consider the way the swaps are going to happen later. So so let me put it this way: the 2 players that you send from B and C to the outside will stay outside the entire time, and all they are two range DPS helping kill Atamos. Whereas when you have 6 players on the outside and 2 on the inside, you can have really weird arrangements happen because of that. So effectively, all 6 of the range DPS just stay outside the entire time. Yeah, this also more easily keeps your entire alliance nearby to heal each other. The big thing is you want those 3 range DPS out there anyway. Because those 3 range DPS and the healer can all do the brambles. And the 3 range DPS can kill the Atamos. So you want the range DPS on the outside the entire time because you want them always dealing with the Atamos. You want as many range DPS as you can to deal with the Atamos. And that gives you 3 really good... Those are 3 people that are instantly going to be responsible for brambles. And then the healer fills in the 4th one. And then the tank and the melee don't have to do anything. So the melee and the tank gets to hold it, and the melee just hits the Stygian the whole time. The main reason for this alignment is because of the swaps later, though. You know you'll be sending a healer, a tank, and a melee to the other side on both sides. And they'll always have a healer with them after the swap. So every grouping always has at least a healer with them. Let's see. We considered moving the brambles closer to the middle of the room as well, but we decided it was pointless. We just wanted to make it so that if the brambles weren't placed far enough out that they wouldn't block the outer ring, but then we realized no matter what, there's going to be a different advantage or disadvantage to it. Ivy! Enough! God, all morning. I thought maybe me brushing your teeth and giving you the mouthwash would also make you not be so obsessive this morning. I didn't remember what I was in the middle of editing.
Knockback resist does work on both arrow and death blitz, and then begins casting Blade of Darkness while they're still going off, which then sets off the end arrow or end death.
Oh, I was looking for an early, what's it called, mechanic? An early alliance stack. And for some reason, I have, like, no footage of the early alliance stack. No, she hates it when I clean her teeth. Listen, after what happened earlier this year, Ivy, this is what's happening, all right? Break pattern. Riding home. All right. Where the fuck? Let me tell you, she's definitely not grateful for the fresh breath. She hates it when I mess with her teeth. That's what she has to get. I don't want to have to make her get a cleaning next time she goes again. Thank you for the gifted subs.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Cataleptic Platypus gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you, thank you. Now, if only I could. I know I have the footage. I just don't know if it's any of the footage I actually downloaded. Yeah, because here's the particle beam that's at the end of the fight, but we kill it so fast that we don't even see the mechanic after. I just have to go through and find one that isn't break pattern first. Stop being break pattern first. Why are we so strong? Stop being so strong. If we just had it at the end of the fight, it would be fine. I just can't believe how fucking consistently. There it is, an early particle beam. That confirmation bias.
Which then sets off an arrow or end death. This timing is usually harder, so I highly recommend using your knockback resist for the end execution.
Shut up,
Just
Haps.
ensure that if it's death, you know to still step into the donut after the middle explodes. And if it's arrow, do not run to the center of the room and get killed by the initial hit.
I healed it last night.
While are resolving, there will be one more arrow, death, or flare. Arrow and death are the same here, but flare is just going to begin casting
I have
darkness
healed
while
it.
they're still going off. which then sets off an arrow or end death. This timing is usually harder, so I highly recommend using your knockback resist for the end spell execution. Just ensure that if it's death, you know to still step into the donut after the middle explodes. And if it's arrow, do not run to the center of the room and get killed by the initial hit. As the final debuffs and cloudlets are resolving, there will be one more arrow, death, or flare. Arrow and death are the same here, but flare is half the fight already. After Flood of Darkness, Cloud of Darkness immediately begins casting Deluge of Darkness.
I do have a late flare animation, thankfully.
This also inflicts a bleed, so ensure that there's a good amount of percentage mid on it. Once in the
all right, well, that's 7 minutes of the guide edited.
There will be one more arrow, death, or flare. Arrow and death are the same here, but flare is just going to be the 3 flare markers. None of that light party stuff from earlier. Finish handling your hand debuffs, and you are all set.
Without death, you usually end a full biss. You kill it probably about 2 to 2.5 minutes ahead of the enrage. With still a bunch of deaths and damage downs, we were killing it about 90 seconds ahead of enrage. Healing harder than DPS. Only the aneurysms that you have. The fight isn't really any harder on healer, but the aneurysms other players give you are more noticeable. So I guess that's a variable.
This phase actually repeats at the end of the fight, doing whichever pattern you didn't experience here. So by learning this first phase, you really learned over half the fight already. After Flood of Darkness, Cloud of Darkness immediately begins casting Deluge.
IS. Yeah. Yes. We're doing this. So what we actually, so I think we changed this actually. I need to get the new diagram. I think we made it so, yeah, so the reason that we actually don't do all the ranged west and south. We do the melee, basically melee behind the boss. And then the 2 people who are filling in, the 2 ranged filling in. Only reason is because the ranged is already on the edge of the room, so they might as well handle the ones that are outer and north. I think we did consider changing that, though. I don't remember if we agreed that we're changing that for tonight. Let me check. Asuna does not have a cooldown. It just doesn't have a cast time. I mean, obviously, you have to wait for the GCD to roll back around, so that counts. Yeah, let me see if we changed it to do all ranged. Yeah, because all we did is the logic behind the third one is that that's just where people are closest. Like, I think, like, the logic to this makes sense, but I know that we considered it. Let me see if we change it under final strats. No, it looks like we're still keeping it that way. Yeah. Yeah, it's just because the melee DPS should already be there anyway, and both of the range should already be close to that tower regardless. Honestly, the person who has to move the most is probably the southeast healer. And even then, they actually, no, they don't. They barely need to move. Tile stack spread. We have one, but honestly, it's just don't fucking kill each other. Like, our diagram for the tile spread is pointless. It's literally just don't kill each other is the rule. Like, bro, is there somebody close to you? Then don't be close to them anymore. The stack is easy. You just stick 2 people in the cubbies in the corner, and then the tank is in the center tile. I mean, there's realistically, that's the only way anyone should be doing it. You technically can do it another way, but it's
chaos.
I don't know why you would bother.
Chaos.
Bunny Hound gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
We do not do 4-4-4-4-4-4 either. I think 4-4-4-4-4-4 is pointless. Just do 3-3-3-3-6-6. Sending those two players on the outside to like go around the ring and try. Yeah, no, it's just the triangle. There's really no reason to do it in any way other than the triangle. The other way is like the tank in like deep into the corner of one of them and then somebody in the middle, but at like the back left corner. Yeah. PF's never going to do anything but triangle. Or let me rephrase. PF's never going to do it without people fucking killing each other. To be fair, people in the PF are just always going to kill each other. It really doesn't matter. PF will just kill each other anyway.
Of darkness to change the arena shape again.
Yeah, you just all gather around the hockey puck in the back. That's it. There's a hockey puck that like connects the outer cubbies. You just all stack there. I will say the tank really should back up into that. Only because it can, it just, I don't know, it just makes the little hug get a little, it just makes it a little cleaner. Yeah, that AoE is actually not that wide, funnily enough. It actually makes doing it scary. Like, you really want to make sure that all three of those players... Like, if anything, you almost want to be a little behind the puck instead of to the left and right of it. You want to, like, tuck underneath it and get closer to the edge. It just puts those players, like, a little step closer. Yeah, but the line is too much. You can't trust people with all that movement. The problem is that you can't trust people with that level of movement. Because the line is still also really exact. The idea is to get people to not move between tiles as often as possible. The TPS could be rest. You honestly only need two stacks. Two's in the stacks as well, as long as people are topped. I've eaten 2 stacks before, and it's fine.
This attack also inflicts a bleed to ensure that there's a good damage and the phase will end. Keep in mind that this phase immediately begins casting Deluge of Darkness to change the arena shape again. This attack also inflicts a bleed to ensure that there's a good amount of percentage mid on it. Once in this phase, every tank should try to have aggro on Cloud of Darkness. Just toss a provoke her way at some point. While Cloud of Darkness will auto-attack the 4 tanks in the middle platforms, if any of them dies, then the outside tanks taking double autos...
It's not made to be done that way. They said it was just for practicing certain mechanics. Clearly, they just meant practicing phase 1.
Her way at some point.
At this point, it's clear that's what they meant. It was not clear before.
Platforms. If any of them dies, then the outside tanks taking double autos is better than one of the DPS players randomly getting attacked.
I hate that guy. Well, I mean, but that's the point. It's like, okay, it's easy and recoverable, but literally watch every single time you do phase 1. There's a reason why most people are clearing the fight with like 50 damage downs. It's not because of phase 2, it's because of phase 1. Aggro reset when the tiles spawn. It resets when Looming Chaos occurs. Looming Chaos, yeah. Well, no. So the main thing is that every tank should just provoke middle anyway. You should have all 6 tanks at the top of your aggro list. Just because if one of the inside tanks die, at least the outside tanks taking double autos is better than a DPS taking autos. On a good run, you usually take Cloud of Darkness down about 40 to 45% in phase 2. I don't think it aggro dumps going into tiles. I'm pretty sure it only aggro dumps during Looming Chaos. No. Not voke whatever your target is after the swap. Every tank just voke Cloud of Darkness. No matter where you are, as soon as Looming Chaos happens, just voke Cloud of Darkness. Because the clouds on the side, the actual Stygians, you just hit them once and you're top of the aggro list. Because they're aggro dumped at that point. The tanks in the middle will eventually pull the aggro off of the outside tanks after they voke. But all that does is, the only reason you're having all 6 tanks vote Cloud of Darkness on Looming Chaos is just to make sure that nobody gets autoed. That's it. You're literally only doing it as a precaution because the tank taking the double auto is irrelevant. Pagos is usually fine most of the time. But there's the valuable items. People only really visit Pagos for the valuable items. Damage to the Stygians gets transferred to the boss. They're not people.
As for position assignments, this is where most.
You also, I will say this, Eureka, you also really need to catch people between patches. When new patches are out, the Eureka people aren't in Eureka.
As for position assignments, this is where most of the fight's difficulty comes. Given this is still an early guide, I don't think anyone completely agrees, but I'll do my best to explain the logic behind everything and of course provide you with diagrams. So this image accurately assigns,
I should say adequately, but I don't give a shit. Bam, bam.
and PvP tiles in the middle. I'd like to take special note of the 6 players on the outer platforms that are closer to the middle of the room.
Oh yeah, I don't have to do any editing for this part. I just put the diagram up and just talk
Later
about
on,
it.
Positions are going to get swapped between a lot of players, but these 6 players ideally never have to do PvP tiles. This is because of how the looming characters on those outer platforms. We had this image to showcase their relative positions for all of the platforms. We had this image to showcase their relative position. Had this image to
All right, there we go. I maybe want to split this image into 2 so that each side is larger, and then stack them on top of each other. Oh no, that would, I don't think that would be any better. Hold on, let me check. Actually, if I make a different layer for that image, it might work. So I can do And then I do that. Oh, actually, you know what? I should just duplicate this, duplicate track, and then see how that looks. All right, a little bit smaller. Delete. Okay, and now duplicate. Honestly, things like these little tiny adjustments are the things that always eat the most time for me in editing. Alright, that's good enough. I'm not going to try to make that any better than it looks.
This image to showcase their relative positions for all of their mechanics. All positions are done relative to the outside of the room, which is why this image is turned to treat that as our quote north. Not much to say about these. They assign positions for line AoE spread.
Yeah, you check the, well, not server to server, data center to data
Keep it up on a
center.
second monitor or on your phone or something if it helps. While Deluge of Darkness is casting, be sure to start getting into position based on that diagram. Melees who are staying on the outer platforms can stay close to Cloud of Darkness and then move to their respective sides using up on a second monitor. While Deluge of Darkness is casting, be sure
I should have called it the Delugi. Solid callback to P2.
Melees who are staying on the outer platforms can stay close to Cloud of Darkness and then move to casting. Be sure to start getting into position based on that
The
diagram.
Delugi of
Melees
Darkness.
who are staying on the outer platforms can stay close to Cloud of Darkness and then move to their respective sides using the outer rings afterwards if they want. Once Deluge of Darkness finishes, only players on the center tiles will be able to hurt the Cloud of Darkness directly. Players on the outer platforms will instead have 2 Stygians of Darkness to hit. Fortunately, all damage done to the Stygians is inflicted to Cloud of Darkness at the end of the phase. All center tiles can also only support 1 player at a time. If 2 players step into a tile, it will instantly break and drop them to their death.
It
They
sure
also
will.
not stand on the same tile for longer than about 43 seconds or it will break. Be sure to refresh tiles regularly between each major mechanic and to keep an eye on your allies doing their resets as well.
It shows
I'd
in
like to
the
take
in the
special
high-end
note
duty
that
finder,
if you are
yes.
resurrect for longer than about 43 seconds or it will break. Be sure to refresh tiles regularly between each major mechanic and to keep an eye on your allies doing their resets as well. I'd like to take special note that if you are resurrected during your 5-second resin bomb, your weight on a platform is 0. So as long as you don't sprint or take any action,
Yeah,
your
they did, but I
5
mean,
seconds
we've also
actually
seen the image
stop
because
for
we've seen
each
bonus a couple
The outer
times.
platform players also have to occasionally cull the 4 Otamos.
Oh yeah, that's right. I also have my outer platform stuff. It doubles your demi material ones, so you go from 2 to 4. 2 to 4 demi material ones. Where is my footage for outside? Here it is. It's rare my Arcane OST actually comes on. Wait, what the hell? Oh. I love my Arcane OST. I need to grab the OST for the second one, too.
The outer platform players also have to occasionally cull the 4 Otamos that spawn in the secret cardinal position. These will tether
there's
the
me
players
dealing
to
with
lay
the
out
Otamos.
running and deal massive damage over time to them. They will also eventually begin healing the Cloud of Darkness herself, so have range to pick them off with a few GCGs whenever they respawn. The Otamos also leave behind a puddle.
Oh, this is where I need my clear VOD. All right, because I actually use the puddle, and I actually use it to fix my positioning, specifically in my clear VOD. So that is a good reference to how to use it. Yeah, I get killed because the wild charge, and then you're good. Back to not this theme, Final Fantasy XI. I've heard this theme way too much, Final Fantasy XI. Fucking Omen. Last thing I need to hear is the fucking Omen sounds. It's funny how the newer songs to Final Fantasy XI bring me literally as much pain and disdain as the newer ones do, even if they're good. Just when I start content associating them. I'd like it to be finished today. Ideally. I do have to head out a little bit later, and I do have Chaotic later as well. And then, I've got something to do after Chaotic. I don't even know if I'll stream Chaotic tonight. I'm also still waiting to find out what's happening for Furu tomorrow for the group I'm helping. If we're doing the mornings and then I have my afternoons and evenings free, or if we're doing the afternoon. Well, okay. Mizuda knows how to make a good theme, but he doesn't know how to make themes that make sense. There's no reason for this theme to exist. Like, you're literally fighting, like, hordes of enemies and, like, these fucking massive bosses in Omen to this. And it's like, bro, what does this have to do with whatever the fuck I'm doing? I streamed last night as a healer. My entire stream last night was healer. I'm not tanking. Homeboy's just like, fuck it, I made a song, listen to it. I don't have a melee at 7:30. Technically my healer's not at 7:30 either, but it's at 7:29, so you know, good enough. Oh yeah, where's my death? In the clear VOD. Here it is. Perfect. Oh no, I'm 729, but with like an upgraded crafted ring and Archangel body. With our strat, you absolutely have to do tiles, Nio, unless you have only 5 ranged. Our outside melee, if in this layout, you 100% have to go inside. In this layout, you will 100% be in the second set of tiles. It's the easy set of tiles. You don't have to do brambles, but you do have to do chasers. Yeah, but the PF one's bad, so we're fixing it. You want the ranged on the outside dealing with the Atamos the entire time. Especially because the healer has to fucking panic 90% of the time. Like, I like when people were like, oh, the healers can kill the Atamos. I'm like, bruh, have you seen what people are making the healers do already? And now you're telling me they have to be fucking killing the Atamos as well? Yeah, 1 second. Let me kill the Atamos while everybody else is fucking crumbling around me. Because nothing is ever going smoothly. Oh no, there's time to res, but I don't want to have to fucking kill the... I don't want to have to be responsible for the Atamos. Bro, yeah, I'd be throwing single target heals at people, even if they're not in my alliance when I see them screw up. That doesn't work, Dante. You can't hurt it. You can't hurt the Atamos if you're on the inside. So you're not, that's just the equivalent of you not doing anything. Unless you mean you're just trying to get but I mean, aggro won't work either because you're doing no damage, so you're not generating any enmity. Oh yeah, a fizz range, even a fizz range blows them up almost immediately. Blowing them up is not hard. I just don't want to make the healers do it.
Knowledge to do safely. Players in will cause the player to teleport to the telegraph's location after 6 seconds. This can be used by the players on the inside if they die and are resurrected on the outer platforms in order to return to the middle, or to fix any sort of wonky things that happen in this fight. But honestly, it requires a lot of personal accountability and fight knowledge to do safely. Players on the outer ring should avoid these puddles while doing any mechanics that requires going near them, or at the very least ensure that they stay on the outside of the platform if they get the teleport with the telegraph. The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians like in the diagram I showed earlier and like on the screen right now. Avoid these puddles while doing any mechanics that requires going near them, or at the very least ensure that they stay...
Let me see. I need another POV. Where's one of me doing brambles? Here it is. That's better. Yeah, sometimes people just forget that the Atamos are out there. And that means people start eating shit and the boss starts healing, so...
requires going near them, or at the very least ensure that they stay on the outside of the platform if they get the teleport with the telegraph. Any mechanics that requires going near them, or at the very least ensure that they stay
I know I have it on
the outside of the platform if they...
No, I have it on... Oh, that's right, but I clicked the song.
The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians like in the diagram I showed earlier and like on the screen right now.
You know, I will say that the diagram doesn't actually show where the ad is, so I should probably make... Oh, no, it does. It does. That's the red circle, the red hitbox. What do the Atamos do? They nuke people with heavy damage over time, and they heal the boss. Yeah, I've seen Cloud of Darkness have 4 regen stacks. And then see an Atamos die and it goes down to 3. So, yep. Yep, they just start sucking your life away. And it's not the good suck. Atamos not giving you the good suck. It's the bad suck.
The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians like in the diagram I showed earlier, or at the platforms in order to return to the middle, or in the intercardinal positions. These will tether to players shortly after spawning and deal massive damage over time to them. They will also eventually begin healing the Cloud of Darkness herself, so have ranged pick them off with a few GCDs whenever they respawn. The Atamos also leave behind a puddle that, when stepped in, will cause the player to tell 2 half...
I want to get back to doing my PC 16 playthrough, but I don't even know when that would happen.
Half rooms are designated by just one of her tentacles lighting up. The pair partners, if both of them light, both Stygians...
Oh, let me do this.
Darkness. This has 2... The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians like in the diagram I showed earlier and like on the screen right now. Both Stygians will do Third Art of Darkness. This has 2 half-platform
All right,
AoEs
let me
and either
do
a line AoE spread
this.
or pair partners. The tanks on the outer platform should position the Stygians.
Yeah, I know.
Earlier and like on the
Almost
now.
half of the
Both
time.
Stygians
Luckily,
will
the
do
end
Third
doesn't
Art
actually
of
require much
Darkness.
editing. I
This
just
has
literally have
2
to go to the NPC and
half-platform
look at the
AoEs
rewards, and that's
and
like
either a
it.
line AoE spread or pair partners. The half rooms are designated by just one of her tentacles lighting up. The pair partners if both of them light up, and the line spread if it's just her body that lights up. While the half platforms and line spreads are easy enough to understand, it's important to note that the pair partners are proximity baited. The 3 closest players will each bait a paired AoE, hence why the diagram has the layout that it has.
All right,
Ensure
let
that if you're
me
not the baiter-
find footage of that. Of the pair partner baits. Of them being done correctly, I should say. That's fairly close to being correct. Although not on the same pull and not at the same part of the fight.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos. Thank you for the 3 gifted subs.
Chaos. Chaos.
Hamaredono gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
I think we do it right on this one. Unless this one was spreads. Oh, this one was spreads. I have a lot of great footage of spreads. It'd be nice if I could find some footage of pairs. I've done it correctly several times. I think this one maybe. Nope, that one spreads. Fucking Christ, dude.
Chaos.
Chaos?
Chaos. Chaos.
Thank you for the
Chaos.
gifties.
Chaos.
Enjoyed them out.
Chaos.
Dasutik gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
There we go. That's it. Somebody else screws up their tower in this one, but you know, we do ours correctly.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Chaos.
All the gifted subs.
Momeow305 gifted 3 subscriptions to the community.
Alright, I'm gonna save this clip. And then see if I have any others. Chaos. The Deluge of Darkness. Is this a clip I just saved? Yep. I can't believe how many spreads we had this night. Of course, when I'm looking... Well, at least of the ones I recorded. Like, why do we have to get so many? Most nights, we were not getting this many. Ow. Yeah, I mean, at least that footage works.
The 3 closest players will each bait a paired AoE, hence why the diagram has the layout that it has. Ensure that if you're not the baiter, that you're just a few steps back from that person. Otherwise, you'll double up, or even worse, outrange the person who's baiting it. It's also worth mentioning that Super Mitt can allow players to survive these alone, so long as they don't.
Yeah, we were doing that plenty.
Chaos.
Thank you for the gifted sub.
Chaos.
Try to do it
Chaos.
like
Chaos.
Don't rely on these things, but also feel free to take extra precautions. I know I do. Right after Third Art of Darkness resolves is Particle Concentration. This summons towers that requires players inside of them, both on the outer platforms and the PvP tiles. For the outer platforms,
Thank you,
just
thank
follow the
you.
diagram.
So many gifties. So many gifties. What do you mean? That's what they are. They're gifties. Let's not use this one. Let's use this one. How else? Oh, hey, I know this. This is the instrumental. I wonder if this is the actual song or if it's just the instrumental.
And the PvP tiles.
Moment of
For
truth.
the outer platforms, just follow
It's the original. All right.
outer platforms and the PvP tiles. For the outer platforms, just follow the diagram to match 3 players into each tower. For the inner platforms, there's a bit more nuance. Have all 3 players stand
Now
on a
for my
small
foot. The
sign.
problem is remembering where, like, all of my fucking POVs are. Hello, Zach. Hello, banana.
Platforms, there's a bit more nuance. Have all 3 players stand in a small triangle, with 2 players closer to the cardinals and 1 player in the middle tile. One of the outer players will basically begin in a tile that works and can just stay there. The corners and 1 player in the middle tile. One of the outer players will basically begin.
Well, I mean, to
in
be
a
fair, it
tile
takes
that
literally
works
2 seconds to
and
get
can
the
just
item
stay
level that you
there.
need.
The corner tile takes the outermost tower position, and the remaining player fills in. This movement is simple, but just make sure not to assassinate each other. Outermost tower position, and the remaining player fills in. This movement is simple, but just make sure not to assassinate each other. If any tower is missed, the entire 24 players will be hit with a raid wall.
Chaos. 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 Chaos.
Pain, thank you for the gifted sub.
Any more than that, it starts to get rougher and rougher. The platforms, there's a bit more nuance. Tiles. Further Art of Darkness resolves is Particle Concentration. This summons towers that requires players inside of them, both on the outer platforms and the PvP tiles. For the outer platforms, just fade one. This inflicts
Just
some
need
damage
crafting
with
fury, yep.
stacking,
Could
both
even upgrade it for more vitality, which I would definitely advise.
Any more than that, it starts to get rougher and rougher. If it looks like towers will be missed, consider Tank LB before the hit. And I'll make special note of a part of this that we're going to use Tank LB for. Consider Tank LB before the hit. And I'll make special note of a part of this that we're going to use Tank LB for potentially later. Once this is done, you'll get a small reprieve with a bunch of auto attacks before Cloud of Darkness does gas.
Alright, let me get a nice, clean, clear VOD now. There's a run that's beautiful and clean. I think it might be this one. It's mostly clean. It sure does. Yeah. There's no, the range, I mean, the ranged aren't on the outside for the Stygian. They're on the outside for the Atomos, but yeah, they'll also be hitting the Stygian. Alright, this should be sufficient enough.
Once this is done, you'll get a small reprieve with a bunch of auto attacks before Cloud of Darkness does Ghastly Gloom. This will either do a donut AoE or a cross.
Oh, I should actually use the one of me on the inside platform for this. Well, I have both POVs, so lucky me. Let's see. Where is the Ghastly Gloom? Particle concentration. Ghastly Gloom. Is this one of the clean runs? Let's just run a fucking disaster run. Trying to remember which runs are good runs and which ones are nigh on disasters is quite the ordeal. I have to click through the entire thing to try to figure it out. They all kind of just blend together. I think this is a clean run that I can just use for the rest of the footage. A clean inside run and a clean outside run. Those are the two things I need.
Or potentially later. Once this is done, you'll get a small reprieve with a bunch of auto attacks before Cloud of Darkness does Ghastly Gloom. This will either do a donut AoE or a cross AoE that hits everywhere, so both the tiles and outer platforms need to respect.
I can just use one pull for this. I can use the Ghastly Gloom that comes later.
Hitbox, and the platform players just get really
Fortunately, she does both every time.
Designated by the clouds around her, making sort of a ring around her hitbox. For the cross AoE, it just looks like a bunch of clouds surrounding her, and the tile players will have
shut up, Haps. Nobody cares.
Spaces per corner. It's safest to have one player claim an outside.
Yeah, whatever.
The tiles and outer platforms need to respect either pattern. The donut just has the tile player step into her hit boom. This will either do a donut AoE or a cross AoE that hits everywhere, so both the tiles and outer platforms need to respect either pattern. The donut just has the tile player step into her, so both the tiles and outer platforms need to respect either pattern. The donut just has the tile player step into her hitbox, and the platform players just get really close to the center edge of the. Just has the tile player step into her hitbox, and the platform players just get really close to the center edge.
And then I have to grab my okay, so there's tile footage. Now where's the outside footage again? This is out. Okay, here's outside footage. No, that's Evil Seed. All right, there we go. Because now I need outside footage of me doing the donut. There it is. Perfect.
Really close to the center edge of the platform. This is designated by the clouds around her, making sort of a ring around her hitbox. For the cross AoE, it just really close to the center edge of the platform.
Let me edit that
this is
slightly.
Designated by the clouds around her, making sort of a ring around her hitbox. For the cross AoE, it just looks like a bunch of clouds surrounding her, and the tile players will have exactly 3 safe spaces per corner. It's safest to have one player in her, making sort of a ring around her hitbox. For the cross AoE, it just looks like a bunch of clouds
slightly
her,
adjust.
The tile players will have exactly
one small
3
thing
safe
there.
spaces per corner. It's safest to have. This
And
is
that can
designated by
take
the
a bit
clouds
too
around
long.
her, making sort of a ring around her hitbox. For the cross AoE, it just looks like a bunch of clouds surrounding her, and the tile players will have exactly 3 safe spaces or platforms need to respect either pattern. The donut just has the tile players step into
I don't care.
cross AoE, it just looks like a bunch of clouds surrounding her, and the tile players will have exactly 3 safe spaces per corner.
Nope,
It's
didn't mean
safest
to
have
do that.
one player claim an outside square before the
Please
mechanic
don't.
even begins,
Come on.
and then have a movement prio.
Come on. Work with me here. Oh,
the
don't.
other
Okay,
two.
there we
The
go.
quicker you can get those 2 players.
When there's
into
so
the
much long
corners, just
footage,
gives
I'm
more
always
time
fucking
for the
afraid
third
that the
player.
shit's gonna
So
break.
Players will have exactly 3 safe spaces per corner. It's safest to have one player claim an outside square before the mechanic even begins, and then have a movement prio for the other 2. The quicker you can get those 2 spaces per corner. It's safest to have one player claim an outside square before the mechanic even begins, and then have a movement prio for the other 2. The quicker you can get those 2 players into the corners just gives more time for the third player. So the better you get at this, the faster this movement will be. For the outer platforms, they just run next to the Atomo circles along the outer ring.
Oh, yeah,
which
that's
is
right.
now
I also
freed
need
up
that
for the
footage.
minion. Once it casts
There's so many things.
I'll note of a part of this that
Someone
we're
bought
gonna
your
use
mouth.
tank LP for potentially later.
200
Once
million
this
in the
is done,
pocket?
you'll get a small reprieve with a bunch of auto attacks before Cloud of Darkness does Ghastly Gloom. This will either do a donut AoE or a cross AoE that hits everywhere, so both the tiles and outer platforms need to respect either pattern. The donut just has the tile player step into her hitbox, and the platform
90?
really close to
I
the
would have
center
sold it
edge
for
of the
200.
platform. This is designated by the
Competition
clouds
is
around her,
stiff.
making sort of a ring around
I'm gonna
her
back
hitbox.
down.
For the cross AoE, it just
200.
looks like a bunch of clouds surrounding her, and the tile players will have exactly 3 safe spaces per corner. It's safest to have one player claim an outside square before the mechanic even begins, and then have a movement prio for the other 2. The quicker you can get those 2 players into the corners just gives more time for the third player. So the better you get at this, the faster this movement will be.
The hairstyle going for 100 mil. People are still paying crazy prices for that hairstyle.
24 people. Getting and teaching new players will help.
Oh, wait, no,
expedite
that's
getting
the wrong
these
spot of the
unlocks. So don't be
guide.
afraid if you're brand new to this to try to get in on it. And as a reminder, there is no loot lockout here. So run
There's
it to
no
your
loot
heart's
lockout,
content
wow.
platforms. They just run next to the Atomo circles along the outer ring, which is now freed up from Dark Dominion. Once this is resolved, the Atomos will respawn and the Stygians will cast Curse of Darkness. This places several different timed debuffs on the outer platform. For the outer platforms, they just run next to the
Jesus
Atomo
Christ, how
circles
much are you
along the
fucking
outer ring,
running
which is
this
now
thing?
freed up from Dark Dominion.
I
Once
thought
this
I
is
was
resolved,
running it
the
a lot.
Atomos will
Y'all be
respawn
running
and
it
the
day in and day out. Then again, I actually haven't spent that much time actually fighting the boss. And a lot of our clears are not tons of first timers outside of the first one. What the fuck? That's a lot of first
outer
times.
platforms, they just run next to the Atomo
Effectively all
circles
clear
along the
parties.
outer
Yeah,
ring,
experienced
which is
people
now
hopping
freed
into
up
like,
from
oh,
Dark
clear
Dominion.
party?
Once this is
many
resolved,
first timers
the
we
Atomos
got?
will run next to the Atomo
I actually
circles
just
along
want
the outer
Demi
ring,
1s at
which
this
is now
point,
freed
but
up from Dark Dominion.
I would also like
Once
enough
this is
Demi 2s
resolved,
to
the
sell a
Atomos will
hairstyle if I can.
respawn and the Stygians
Just 'cause
to
getting
the
to another
Atomo
mount, I'm
circles
not
along
like,
the outer
"Ugh."
ring, which is now freed up from Dark Dominion. Once this is resolved, the Atomos will respawn and the Stygians will cast Curse of Darkness. This places several different timed debuffs on the outer platform players. When these expire, that player fires a conal AoE in the direction they are looking, damaging and placing a dot on any player in its path. Keep track of your timers and look towards the outer ring when it's about to expire. In fact, one of them will expire almost immediately after you get these debuffs on the outer platform players. When these expire, that player fires a conal AoE in the direction they are looking, damaging and placing a dot on any player in its path. Keep track of your timers and look towards
This.
the outer ring when it's about to expire.
Yeah, I
In
mean,
fact,
most
one
of my
them will
clears
expire
are like
almost
maybe a
immediately
few
after
first
you get
timers.
these debuffs, so be sure to check. Right after these go off is Evil Seed. This places 8 seed markers over players around timed debuffs on the outer platform players. When these expire, that player fires a conal AoE in the direction they are looking, damaging and placing a dot on any player in its path. Keep track of your timers and look towards the outer ring when it's about to expire. In fact, one of them will expire almost immediately after you get these debuffs, so be sure to check. Right after these go off is Evil Seed.
Fucking
This places 8
Evil
seed
Seed.
markers
Here
over
it fucking
players around the
comes.
room.
Ugh.
2 players on
Like
each
I
of the
said,
outer
I want to make
platform will
myself
get
better
one,
and just edit the end
4
of the video
tile
first.
players will get them, but no more than 2 in each
Unironically, I'm
This
just like, you
diagram-
know what? If I just skip to the end, right? And then edit all that, and it looks like my video is basically done at that point, right? Yeah, I want all the bonuses. Give me every bonus imaginable. I mean, I'm basically halfway done with the actual
Right after
footage
these go off
collection.
is Evil Seed. Right after these go off is Evil Seed. This places 8 seed markers over players around the room. 2 players on each of the outer platform will get one. Right after these go off is Evil Seed. This places 8 seed markers over players around the room. 2 players on each of the outer platform will get one, and 4 of the tile players will get them, but no more than 2 in each corner. This diagram shows the end position. If there are no brambles in your corner, have a player
I hate
shift
having to say the word
If
brambles.
she glows purple, she will fire 2 sets of 12 spread AoEs. If she glows red, she will do a split damage line AoE on 6 different players. The spreads will always
They
hit
just wanted
12
me to say the
times,
word brambles
twice in a
again.
row, but no
I
more
know
than
it.
2 in each corner. This diagram shows the end position of each seed placement. The outer around the room. 2 players on each of the outer platform will get one, and 4 of the tile players will get them, but no more than 2 in each corner. The tile players will get them, but no more than 2 in each
Should
corner.
bleep out the
This
word
diagram
bramble.
shows the end position of each seed placement. The outer players have enough.
Kill me.
Diagram shows the end position of each seed placement. The outer players have a nice easy time just placing them along the edge. The inner players need to be careful about letting seed players get through to the east and west inner positions. If you get 2 seeds in one corner, it's best to let the east or westmost player go first and get to the further position, and the second player
Oh yeah,
follows
I
if
should
you
pull.
get
I
2
have
seeds.
footage of me
If you
doing
get 2
double seed
seeds in one-
positioning. I should find that somewhere. I don't remember where, but it definitely had to have happened at least at some point yesterday. I just gotta look around and see if I can find a spot where there was a double seed movement. I know it happened at some point. I just don't remember when. This is a wipe, I think, on this pull. Seed puddle. Seed puddle does not sound better. I want to be very clear about that. I want to be abundantly clear that the term seed puddle is in no way better. That's not it happening to me. Oh, in fact, that's not a good pull to use in general. For a number of reasons. What happened on this pull? What the hell? Sometimes I'm just like looking at our polls and I'm like, what happened? Like I just skipped to a random spot and I'm like, man, I'm sure I could process of elimination what happened in this poll, but I don't want to because what in the hell is going on? I'd rather just be ignorant to whatever happened that poll. There's another single. I mean, I guess I could just show the single, but I'm positive I have a double somewhere. There's the chaser AoE at least. Oh, well, that's a kill, but that's still not the footage I need. I know that day one I also have footage of me doing it, but I'm almost certain I have it when I was on Sage last night, and our pulls in general were a lot cleaner when I was on Sage. Not because I was on Sage, just because it was day 3. There's Evil Seed. Nope, that's another single. PF is calling hand mechanic phase 2. Who? No. All right. No. Nobody who actually plays this game and like plays it more than once ever is calling hands phase 2. Okay. Whoever made the raid plan is delusional. And you know what? I agree with the assessment that the only reason it's called phase 2 is so people can pretend like they've actually done anything. Bro, from now on, every time a boss does auto raid wide, I'm saying I got past phase 1. And you can't change my mind. That's it. I'm saying every time, every guide I make from now on, auto raid wide, auto tank buster, that's where phase 1 ends. That's a transition from doing nothing to doing something. In my guide, I'm calling it phase 1. You're out of your mind if you think I'm calling 2 fucking AoEs and a raid wide a phase. Yeah, bro. From now on, the second half of Sanctity of the Ward, the arena changes. That's a new phase. When Thornton comes out and does Ultimate End, I don't know, dude. The arena changes. That's a phase. Yeah, that's the fucking prologue. Hands phase 2. An arena change does not mark a phase.
Chaos.
A mechanic
chaos,
actually
chaos,
happening
chaos,
marks a phase.
Chaos.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Combustible gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Chaos. 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 Chaos.
God, dude. Dude, that's tilting me. Hold on, I gotta recompose. I gotta recompose 1 second. Hold on. My fucking brain, like, lost it at the hands being phase 2. There's a reason why in every one of my guides, I glaze over the start of every fight. Because every fight starts by teaching you, like, basically the things that you may not know before you go in, so that they don't have to worry about whether or not you know it afterwards. This absolute 0 at the start of P8S. You mean E8S? Dude, auto, absolute 0. That's it. Phase 1's done. Diamond Dust? Diamond Dust is phase 1. Bro, people don't even call ads phases anymore. Like, for the longest time, it was phase 1 was Shiva, phase 2 was Hraesvelgr Shiva, and then you just called ads phase, you just called it ads. People would just say ads phase and then phase 2. They wouldn't even treat, like, it didn't even deserve the number. Yeah, and we just had this. The fucking ads phase in Fru, nobody considers a phase. Gaia is phase 3. People consider the ads phase just part of phase 2. You're telling me... Listen, let me tell you this. If ads phase in Fru isn't considered a phase, ain't no way I'm calling Blades of Darkness a phase. Yeah, it's the same discussion on Save the Boy. You know what's funny for me with DSR? You want to know what's funny? What I did that I didn't see anyone else doing? I called Knights phase 0. I refuse to call it phase 1 because of the checkpoint. It's phase 0. Like, yeah, you have to do it, but like the fight hasn't actually started. I called Knights. I still called it phase, but I refuse to give it the 1. Yeah, you know what? Blades of Darkness time 2 can be phase 0. There, now it's a phase.
If you get 2 seeds in 1 time, just place it.
All right, I still haven't found footage of me doing 2 seeds in 1 corner. Hold on, I still need to find... I know I have it, but I literally cannot find it. It might just be I need to look at like a... maybe one of the runs that's kind of sunk. What about this one? Bro, I can't imagine making a Chaotic Alliance raid PF and saying phase 1 prog. Just think about that. You mean fresh? No, phase 1 prog. It's phase 1. I don't even call the other one phase 1. I just call, I mean, I don't even call it phase 3. I just say you repeat phase 1 again. If there's phase 1A and phase 1B. You either do A and then B or B and then A. Yeah, I gotta look through last night's stuff because I can't find. I don't. That's fine. Like I just do that because like again, it's the same thing on repeat, so giving it its own phase numbers. But yeah, it is a phase 3. It 100% is. Like I'm not even gonna dispute that. It is phase 3. Just because it's a repeat doesn't mean it's not a phase. But Blades of Darkness ×2 is not a fucking phase. It's just a phase, Mom. It's not just a phase. Bro, I didn't know that I needed to release the guide to teach people what a fucking phase is. Jesus Christ. Didn't have that one on my fucking bingo board. Yeah, wait a minute. If every time the arena changes, you count it as a new phase, then that means between Flood of Darkness and Deluge of Darkness again, that's another phase. You can't change the definition. That means between phase 3 is just Flood of Darkness into Deluge of Darkness, and then phase 4 begins with the second set of hands. I'm sorry, it wouldn't even be phase 4. It'd be phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. That means tiles would be phase 4. And then phase 5, and that means this has more phases than Fru. That's it. Officially has more. We figured it out. Did I really not get double? Whatever happened to calling prog points by... That's fine. The only problem with calling prog points by the name of the mechanic is everyone's full of shit. Like, when you say phase 2, it's ambiguous enough that the person doesn't really need to clarify what exactly their prog point is. As soon as they say, like, swap prog, but they literally die to every single third art of darkness, they've become a prog liar. Yeah, they were... You were raised into this phase. I was born in it, molded by it. That's because tiles is phase 2. And my guide, I'm gonna, you know what? I wasn't gonna put phase 1 and phase 2. I'm putting phase 1 and phase 2 on the screen. Sorry, I'm just looking for a poll where I'm almost certain I had at least one poll last night where we had double tiles, and I can't find it. I have them from day 1 with the same strat, so it's fine. I can just do that, but I wanted one of me. Oh, I found it. I literally, it was our very last poll. I'll just grab the rest of that poll in case there's anything valuable in there. I'm gonna call it phase 2 seeds. I'm naming the highlight phase 2 seeds. No one will ever even look at that highlight, and it will mean nothing to anyone, but it means something to me. I have to look at it. Phase 4 seeds. No! What is this? What am I playing tonight? I'm on healer. Of course I am. I'm not calling it Happy Brambles. No. 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 No, honestly, every different cast bar being a new phase is somewhat better than what I was just informed of. And you might be saying, how is that possible? Well, let me explain. When somebody says they're progging on a specific mechanic, it's as direct as possible. They're lying, but it's as direct as possible. Which is fine. Nobody will call it that. Only the boomers will call it that. Icelit prog? You mean light rampant? Enrage prog? You mean ads? How does embrace work? If she's grabbing that ass, you need to back that ass up. And if she's grabbing them titties, you need to lean into it. Like this means back up. Like this means go forward. Grabbing your ass. It's just that simple. It's easiest to just remember that if she's pushing into it, go forward. If not, back up. Your guide will be the last bramble in the coffin. No! Man, you know what's a joke I would love to make? But it's not too smart. It's too specific for people to get. So the enrage of the fight is like 11 minutes, 20 seconds. But like, let's say that towers are like 4 minutes into the fight. I would be like, everyone keeps saying the enrage. Everyone keeps saying the enrage for chaotic is at 11:20, but I can't help but notice that enrage seems to happen at 4 minutes in all of my parties. Is there something we're doing wrong? People have to think too hard about what mechanic is at like whatever minute mark to make that joke work. There's a boss enrage and a party enrage. That's the tweet response. Yeah, but the problem is the 4 minute mark is not when the towers happen. The towers are literally at like 3:45, I think, though, because 2 minutes are right after that. They're actually really close to 4 minutes. Now that I wasn't even really thinking about it. Towers happen and then 2 minutes happen right afterwards. So basically, yeah, it is 4 minutes. I unintentionally did that. Like, I just threw 4 minutes out there and I didn't know I was subconsciously correct. It's like 3:55. Yeah, because second twos are during Ghastly Gloom. You actually don't have to do much during burst windows in this fight. The 4-minute window is Ghastly Gloom, so that's just Donut or Cross. The next 2-minute window is Looming Chaos, which sucks, by the way. And then the next 2-minute after that is End of the Phase. It's literally like as the Stygians are disappearing, which also sucks, by the way. I have seen Machinist Wildfires disappear into the void. Yeah, you don't really have to do any major mechanics during twos. Just the mechanics that are happening are not very nice to you. Honestly, we should probably delay twos until after Looming Chaos, and then it fixes the entire problem, but fuck that. Bro, I can't... Sometimes you can't get 7 people to hold their twos. You're not going to get 23 people to hold their twos. It's not happening. Don't you love it when somebody verbally says, all right, don't use twos coming up, and then immediately you hear, like, divination, the sound effect for div, and you're like... -1? Well, it's just, no, it's because you get stunned. That's it. I'm just saying it's because you get stunned during Looming Chaos, during twos. That's the only reason. Everyone gets stunned. It doesn't matter what alliance you're in. Everyone gets stunned. What they're doing, yeah, sure, you don't care about it, but I'm saying that in general, that might be better. But you're never going to get people to do it, so it's irrelevant, is my other point. Oh, yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean you're not disappointed. Like, what if you only have one scholar and they just chained? And now you're stunned while the chain is going off. Or your ninja did Dokomori. Your second ninja will come back and do Dokomori afterwards. Yeah, exactly. The point is there's no point in doing it. The point is that it's pointless. It's a fruitless endeavor. Where there are no winners, only losers. And us, we're the losers. Right after these go off, 2 seeds and... If you get 2 seeds in one... Oh, right. I finally found that footage. I forgot what I was even fucking doing. Did I download it? I did. Did I put it in the folder? I did. Man. Good thing Past Me thought of that. You actually get a thumbs up Past Me from 5 minutes ago when I forgot what I was doing. If you get 2 seeds in one corner, it's best to let the east or westmost player go first and get to the further position, and the second player follows behind them and gets to the closer one. Once the AoEs appear, the 2 players should sprint back to their platforms in the same corner. Make sure if you're the further player that you don't run too fast and kill the person here. The 2 players should sprint back to their platforms in the same corner. Make sure if you're the further player that you don't run too fast and kill the person in front of you. Yeah, that should do. The person who's doing less movement, then get out of the way. Keep in mind, any platform out of the way counts as having a player on that platform. Player that you don't run too fast and kill the person in front of you. And if you're the person who's doing less movement, then get out of the way. Keep in mind, any platform where a seed is placed counts as having a player on that platform. It's very important that the seeds are not on any platform except for the 4 that are designated in the diagram.
or it eliminates movement options and almost ensures that you're going to have problems later. This will immediately be
You can
followed
still
by
technically do it, but it's not
whichever
fun.
one you didn't do first.
Somebody's going to
So if you
forget
did
and they're
donut
going to step
first,
on
then
that
it'll be
tile and they're just going to
second,
fucking
and
die.
vice versa. Right after this goes off by ghastly gloom.
You know what's funny?
Ghastly.
When we first realized that, the first thing I wanted to know was, can we sack a player to drop a seed off the arena? The seed might weigh something, but you know what it doesn't do? It doesn't go away. If you, it also defies gravity at the same fucking time. That seed is magic.
This will immediately be followed by ghastly gloom, whichever one you didn't do first. So if you did donut first, then it'll be cross second, and vice versa.
Hello,
right
Fro.
after this goes off, another set of curses will expire, so check your timer and aim outward. Now for the
Nice.
brambles. When the Stygian shadows begin casting Thorny Vine, outer ring for a snappier break. The inner tile players aren't free though. There will be 2 sets of 2 players tethered to each other, one on the north side of the tiles and the other on the south. They'll need to start as now for the brambles. When the Stygian shadows begin
Clouds,
casting
magical
Thorny
seeds.
Vine, you'll want 8 designated players standing as close as possible to the vine AoEs. This will mark them as the tether target for that respective vine. Once they receive the vine debuff itself and are tethered to it, they can sprint and run away from it to break it. We have all 8 of the vines handled by outer platform players as seen in this diagram. Run opposite and along the outer ring for a snappier break. The inner tile players aren't free though. Run opposite and along the outer ring for a snappier break. The inner tile players aren't free though. There will be 2 sets of 2 players.
Where is that part of the diagram? Here it is. Let me get this one and do... Nope. Do this. Listen, Mr. Ozma's just been going on social media and watching everyone. Hello, heroes.
Handled by outer platform players as seen in this diagram. Run and run away from it to break it. We have all 8 of the vines handled by outer platform players as seen in this diagram. Run opposite and along the outer ring for a snappier break. The inner tile players aren't free though. There will be
so I wanna
2
start
sets
that
of
earlier.
sprint and run away from it to break it. We have all 8 of the vines handled by outer platform
Oh
players.
yeah, just a little
as seen in
earlier.
This diagram. Run opposite and along the outer ring for a snappier break. The inner tile players aren't free though. There will be 2 sets of 2 players. If there are no brambles in your
I don't think I've ever had to be the person who breaks the tether.
If she goes
I've just been
red,
one of the people
she
who
will
gets
do a
target.
split
Oh, there it
damage
is.
line
Okay, good. I
AoE
found the
on
footage of it
6 different
immediately.
players. The spreads will always hit AoEs. If she glows red, she will do a split damage line AoE on 6 different players. The spreads will always hit 12 times twice in a row.
Yeah, this is
If you
chill
have
with
even
me
a
while
single
I
dead
do
player,
work.
then it's gonna double up on somebody.
That's the day
Tanks,
it
if you
is.
see
I'm
people
also
are
really
dead,
hungry. I
consider
probably
just
won't stream all the way till
popping a
2 because I
12
might...
AoE.
Here's the
If she
thing.
glows
Either I
red,
stream
she will
later
do a
tonight
split
anyway
damage line AoE
for
on 6
Chaotic,
different players.
or I'm
The
going to be
spreads will
streaming all day
always
tomorrow
hit
anyway for my
12
birthday,
times
so...
twice in a row.
Either
if
way,
you
I have
even
plenty
a
of
single dead
excuses.
player, then it's gonna double up on somebody. Tanks, if you see people are dead, consider just popping your invuln here. If all 6 tanks pop their invuln and you get luck energies to prepare for her next, it says they're running away from the tether. That is done in gathering.
Where
the attack. If she
is
goes-
manipulates
if she
the
goes
dark
red, she will do a
seedlings?
Split damage line AoE on 6 different players. The spreads will always hit 12 free though. There will be 2 sets of 2 players tethered to each other. One on the north side of the tiles and the other on the
Man,
south.
I think that
They'll need to
honestly, if
start
they
as
didn't
close
make
as
the
free
inside
though.
players
There
do
will
the
be 2
tethers
sets
here,
of 2 players tethered to each other. one on the north.
I guess it
side of
doesn't
the
really
tiles
affect the
and other
difficulty
on
all
the
too
south.
much, but it
They'll
made
need
the
to start as
solution to the
close as
problem
possible and then run
like
across the
forced. It's
tiles.
Chaos.
okay.
Chaos.
It's that
chaos.
one step that they
Chaos.
went
Chaos.
that basically
Chaos.
forced the strat that everyone's
Bond and
using.
Josh gifted
Because
3 subscriptions to the community.
It actually becomes impossible to solve it almost, I think, in almost any other way. Yeah, it becomes like nigh impossible to solve it any other way, specifically because of that. That might be the one thing that kind of forced solutions that sped up getting through Brambles. Just by making sure that there's 2 players on the inside that get tethered to each other. Well, there's 4 players, but 2 sets of 2.
Of 2 players tethered to each other, one on the north side of the tiles and the other on the south. They'll need to start as close as possible and then run across the tiles until the vine breaks. As Thorny Vine is casting, have all 3 players that are in a corner huddle close together.
Oh
If
my
2 of
god,
you
it's
get
almost
targeted,
done.
Stay close until the tether forms. Then have
There's
the
not
player
that
in
much
the
that really
farther
needs
tile
any
begin
deep
running
explanation
across.
after this, I don't
As
think.
Thorny Vine is
Thank you
casting,
for
have
the
all
gifted
3
subs.
players that are in a corner huddle close together. If 2 of you get targeted, stay close until the tether forms. Then have the player in the farther tile begin running across. There's a chance, as Thorny Vine is casting, have all 3 players that are in a corner huddle close together. If 2 of you get targeted, stay close until the tether forms. Then have the player in the farther tile begin running across. There's a chance that a player needs to shift over to let another player pass by here, so be ready to move over the tile that's half covered in a bramble to make room. If there are no brambles in your
All right,
corner,
this is the one I
have a
should have
player
plenty of
shift
footage of
over
us having no fucking brambles. Where you just have to shift over into the open spot. This I should have tons of footage of. Assuming we're not, fucking dead. Was this one of those cases, actually? Sows the seeds. I also have to use the restroom. Let's see. Yeah, I think we don't get a bramble here. And so, yeah, he goes across. Okay, actually, that's perfect, because it shows them needing our middle tile because the other person's not far enough. Because you don't technically need that middle tile to do this, but we open it up anyway.
If there are no brambles in your corner, have a player shift over to the half-covered bramble tile to leave the center tile open. The player breaking the tether will be coming from the other corner and can use the extra space. It should break before that point, but there's no reason not to give them that extra room. Be sure to have any tile timers reset done well before the movement needs to occur. One final note. During the bramble tethers, each Stygian will also begin casting an interrupt.
Oh, right. Yeah, the stupid Stygian.
Tile to break it. We have, once they receive...
Luckily, I'm a bard, and I'm on the outside, and I do that. Okay. Oh, my God.
Ivy's finally being peaceful, and I'm afraid to get up. Because I kinda have to use the bathroom. And I'm not streaming all the way till end time. But I'm afraid that she's gonna be like, hey, where the fuck are you going?
Ivy cracks knuckles. Where do you think you're going? Alright, let me do this.
Once all of that is done, reset to your default positions. Cloud of Darkness will begin gathering magical energy.
Keep your dog company?
Which doesn't have a cast bar, mind you.
I gotta keep my cat company.
The attack itself is determined by what color she glows. Make sure to interrupt this, whether or not to give them that extra room. Be sure to have any tile timer done, reset to your default positions. Cloud of Darkness will begin gathering magical energies to prepare for her next attack, which doesn't have a cast bar, mind you. The attack itself is determined by what colors. Once all of that is done, reset to your default positions. Cloud of Darkness will begin gathering magical energies to prepare for her next attack. Once all of that is done, reset to your default positions. Cloud of Darkness will begin gathering magical energies to prepare for her next attack, which doesn't have a cast bar, mind you. The attack itself is determined by what color she glows. If she glows purple, she will fire 2 sets of 12 spread AoE.
Oh, I actually want to
Its
see what
energies
happened
to
there.
Prepare for her next attack, which
Okay, no, they were
cast bar,
dead
mind
beforehand.
you. The attack itself is determined by what color she glows. If she glows purple, she will fire 2 sets of 12 spread AoEs. If she glows red, she will
All right, I need to
2 sets
find
of
both
12
the spread
AoEs.
positions
If she
and the
glows
other
red,
magical
if she glows
energies.
purple, she will fire 2 sets of 12 spread AoEs.
I think
If
I
she
have
glows
footage. I think we at the very end of the night, or near the end of the night, we had a pull that was spread during the outside. I think so. I think it was sometime later in the night we had it. We had spread while I guess while I'm on healer on the inside is what I should say. I think we had it once. No, it's not this pull. Yeah, I don't remember when it happened, but I'm almost certain it happened. I very rarely see spread first. Everyone in my group calls it red. So if they're I'm relying on them. They say red, I'm going red. I can't see the color. Where would the spread be? Nope. Jesus Christ, why is it always wild charge? I have to leave G pose, but yes. I just realized you can't fucking see it. Fixing it. Here. Now I can see it. There you go. I'd like it to be Jassy. I joined a P2 Prague party and it was for hands. I was like, what the fuck is this? I thought it was tiles. That's because you have a brain. Know that despite how it may feel, you're at an advantage. It may not feel that way sometimes, but I promise you are. Is that the mount? That's one of the two mounts, yes. I put it out. I was like, either delete it or we're calling Blades of Darkness P1, Diamond P2, Flood of Darkness P3, Tiles P4, Flood of Darkness P5, and Diamond 2 P6. Like, you make your decision, world. Six phases, Pog. You'll most likely end up joining a Discord, Kendo. How many kills did it take? I had this on my 9th clear, I think. I don't remember exactly which clear it was, but I think I got this one on my 9th. It's got more phases than Fru, because as you know in Fru, the intermission phase with the ads, with the crystals, that's not a phase. If you want to see a phase, look at a real phase like Blades of Darkness. Yeah, the tile is the 75 Demi 2s. That means Utopian Sky is a phase, yeah? Yep, sure does. For 7 phases. Yeah, you know what? You're right. How goes the chaotic guide? Mostly done, for at least in terms of footage. I need to do a few more things on top of that, but...
If she glows red, she will do darkness will begin gathering magical energies to prepare for her next attack, which does.
I'm on magical energies, which is basically the end of the fight.
2 sets of 12 spread AoEs. If she what color she glows.
Yeah, the raid plan is dumb. Don't use the raid plan.
2 sets of 12 spread.
Use mine or use my video or Codcar. My video and Codcar are pretty close.
The attack itself is determined by what color she glows. If she glows purple, she will fire 2 sets.
All right, that's what I was looking for. I got so mad thinking about it, I forgot what I was even doing. Sometimes that just happens, man. I'm almost certain we had... Bro, it should never... Let me put it very clearly. I should never be the one saving PF. That should never happen. PF should be like, all the early shit happened. Happy put out a video. A and B put out a video. And then the PF can ruin it afterwards. All right? But then again, if there's anything I've learned about Dawn Trail, it is the most unsavable PF I've ever experienced in any phase of this game's existence. It is the most unsavable. PF has always been PF. Dawn Trail PF has been a whole nother experience, comparatively. It's never been quite like this. I have but one request. For the love of God, please learn how to play Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not asking you to even get good. I'm saying please learn how to play the game. Those are not the same thing. Because if you know how to play Final Fantasy XIV, then when you see a strategy, it makes sense to you. You understand why a player would be in a spot. And you can like figure it out for yourself and shit. You'd be like, oh, that's why. That makes sense. It's not what I'm used to, but, you know, I know how to play the game, so maybe some muscle memory kicks in and that's a problem. My bad. You know, I'll make sure to fix it. But I know how to play the game. When you don't, this is what happens. Let me give you a great example of what I mean. Right here, you know why I can do this? Why I can make a mistake, die, and fix it by using the Atomos portal? Because I understand how to play Final Fantasy XIV. Doesn't mean I'm good or great at the game, but I understand how to play Final Fantasy XIV. I go, oh, I need to be on the inside for the Looming Chaos swap. Let me go back inside. So what do? I go back inside. You know what happens to most people when they die? They go, well, I guess this is just what I'm doing from now on. They just get rezzed on the outside and they're like, I guess this is my job now. They don't even panic. That's not even panic. They go, well, I'm outside the arena now, so guess I'll just stay there. No biggie, right? No one ever no one who dies on the inside ever tries to go back inside. They're just like, I guess I died and that's it. I hope we live. Because I know how to play Final Fantasy XIV. Doesn't mean I'm good or great. I just know how to play it. I understand what the assignment was. And this is me doing the assignment. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. You don't need a gold parse to do this. In fact, I would bet people who parse gold don't even know how to do this. I bet you if you put a gold parser in this exact scenario, they don't know what to do. At least most of them don't. There's probably a few that do. I trust that there's a few. But most of them, no. Happy, can you include to please come into the raid with melded gear? I know, the thing is, I know how serious that is. I know how real that is. It's realer than it needs. It's realer than it should be. It really is. That's real. Yep. Hi. I get sad every time. Yeah, dude, I've played with loggers in like prog scenarios before. They are always the worst player. Okay, not always. Again, most of the time. Always is hyperbole. They are very regularly the player who performs the worst. Is the complete Now here's the thing. When you do finally clear, they will have a god tier parse. But they will have griefed you to the high heavens to have gotten to that point. They will have been the reason why you have wiped many, many times. I need to get a Burger King crown, man. I had one when I was young. So you'd think that prog liars can hide more easily, but phase 1 exposes prog liars very quickly. As soon as somebody's dead to every arrow or death, you know what you've gotten yourself into. As soon as somebody has failed to dodge their hand every single time, you know. Yeah, that's what makes sense to do, Kendo. That's what we call normal. All right. So I've got chaotic in a few hours, and I want to finish the guide off stream. I need to get some food too because I'm feeling really hungry. I also need to go get cake for tomorrow, so I've got a busy afternoon. I'm going to try to have the chaotic guide done tonight. I can't guarantee it, but I will try to do the best. No, I'm not. I have like steaks. I have ground lamb. I have chicken and vegetable. I'm good. I got plenty of food. But I need to get cake for tomorrow, because tomorrow's my birthday. Tomorrow. Hey, that's what the 1227 stands for. I've got a bottle of Ovan, and I need a slice of chocolate cake. Yeah, Riku, closer to. A lot of their stuff was adopted from the stuff we were doing. I don't think it's exact what it is, but I know it's pretty close. Yeah, so that'll be tomorrow. I may or may not stream later. I am doing Chaotic tonight, but I don't know if I'm streaming it or not. Tomorrow, I know I'm helping a group with Ultimate for a little while as well. And I just don't remember what time. I think we're doing it early. And then I have State of the Realm. And then after that, I'll be chilling for a bit. And then I've got Chaotic. And then I'm going to have cake and whiskey. And that'll be my entire day. I'll be live most of tomorrow, basically. That has never happened, Sunra. Unless it was me being ironic, like going, no. Then that never happened. But anyway, if I'm not back later, I will see you tomorrow. And if I am back later, I'll see you later. So everyone, have a good day. I'll see you when I see you. Until then.